Mercury's a tough one, though.
It's a bystander, so I'm not really. I mean, I think I'm going to lose. I'm 4-2 right now, so I'm going to probably lose. I'm basically trying to throw Hail Marys. Talking about code names, y'all. It's a good
God, you can't
game.
you can't not talk about it.
I I play it every day.
Well, as long as you're not addicted.
No, not at all.
Hey,
All
it's
right.
Weekly Alaboom, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
It
All right.
is the 12th of
So,
March, the year of our Lord, 2025, the longest running weekly live stream in YouTube history. Anyway, you were gonna blather and I overtalked you.
so the dailies are kind of fun. Oh, you can't fucking see anything. Why does my camera do this when I can't? It can't focus on it for some reason. I think I've got it myself in a mode that's like blurred out the background, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So the daily challenges, you have to come up with a one word clue. You can barely see it. It's hard. It's really not going to work, is it? Why is my
Oh,
camera?
you tell me.
Hold on. Let me see if I can stop that. Oh, I had an idea for tonight.
Yeah,
Let's go through the BGG Top 100 and say if it's overrated or underrated. Is that fun?
yeah, we can do that. I
I
think
mean, it's
that's
something to do.
no, and I think it's good. We got initials. We got that article that I want to talk about, or
Oh
that
yeah, the
that
article.
I want to do a deep dive into that, and
Is that any better? No, it's still not good.
really doesn't matter. I mean, put that away. Hey, before everybody
Oh,
else
there we
shows
go.
up, that's pretty good actually.
Okay. So, you see those yellow cards?
Yes.
I have to come up with a one word clue and to try to get, you want to hit as many as you can, but you want to not hit any assassins, of course. Like it's more painful to hit an assassin than just have people miss you. And it's basically a competition. So like 20 other people play the same puzzle box. And if you have to outscore them, basically.
I'm familiar with how the game is.
So my first instinct is to do violin and bride as a as like a wedding thing.
Hmm.
But is there a better clue here? Yard and net could be like badminton.
Yeah.
Does badminton work for country though? I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, if you did wedding
Oh, you could
for
do letter.
if you did wedding for
Could you do fan?
but if you did wedding, I could see people picking letter for wedding because people get a wedding invitation.
I'll do wedding 3, bride, violin, and letter.
So,
So that's the game. And you compete against this like 20 other people, 10 other people.
well, who
Uh
does the guessing?
bride, random people. The game creates its own content. Like I'm creating
Well, and
puzzles
that's
for other
fine, but I
people.
mean, what if somebody goes in there and just wants to tank you?
Uh, but they get more points if they don't tank me. They get experience points by not tanking.
I would just go in there and screw up the
You would
algorithm.
be the shit. You would put the shit in the box.
Yeah,
You're
I put the shit in the box.
so
Yeah,
you're basically like a person that like what was it? Were we talking about like geocaching? Like you're the one that puts the shit in the
yeah,
box.
yeah. You open it up and there's a naked Ken doll in there,
So is
anatomically correct or something.
bride, violin, letter. Does fan work? Fan doesn't really work. Like a fan, like I'm fanning myself. I'm gonna. I'll just do that. Wedding 3. And the cool thing is you get to see what the other 10 people wrote and how you rank against them. Like it's really cool. I love it. It's so good. Like it just is perfect app. Highly recommend it. And there's a board game geek card, which I do not have yet.
Yeah.
So you can unlock where every time you like win a challenge, like it gives you like cookies every time you win something.
You know what I'm annoyed by?
What are you annoyed by?
So I was looking for something just to kill like 20 minutes of time today. I couldn't think about the Kickstarter anymore. By the way, Champions of Midgard 10th anniversary, we're at like $320,000. If you haven't backed it, please go back it. If you've already backed it, back it again. But I so I needed something just to turn my brain off. And I was like, man, I haven't
Karate
played
Champ,
what?
Karate Champ, or what it was
No,
called.
no, Karate
Karate
Star.
Survivor.
I've already beaten it. I've unlocked everything in that game.
Really?
Yeah, I beat it and unlocked everything. So I got my $4 out of it. I'm not complaining. But anyway,
Yeah,
so
I
I was
mean,
like, I haven't played Balatro in months. And I was like, they've got because in Balatro, I unlocked everything. I played it until I unlocked all the Jokers, I unlocked everything. There was nothing I hadn't unlocked. And I was like, they had to have added something to it. Like new content, like oh, a new Joker or a new type of card or nope, nope, nothing new. There's challenges I can do. I don't want to do challenges. I want to unlock something. I want to add something. Anyway.
yeah, you get these progressions like achievements. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
this
Well,
game is
just
so
just
good.
don't respond to what I'm saying at all.
No, I
Just
did. I Balatro, yeah. I mean, it's basically, but how do you fix add to perfection? Like, I mean, I guess does the game need more things?
I don't know.
Does it not? I mean, I've not beaten it at all, hardly. I don't even
Yeah.
think I've beaten one of the bosses.
Really?
I suck at that game. Yeah,
There's
I need to go pick it back up again and like try harder. Gotta get good.
it's just you gotta get those malts.
Sure.
I mean, that's what it is. I mean,
Malts.
get
It's all about
get
malts.
all about the malts, baby. And then you'll get a Joker early enough in the game where it'll either be odd cards or malts, even cards or malts, a certain suit is a malt, or like face cards are malts.
Yeah.
And then
I know the
that's
game.
well, no, but and then
Yeah,
that's all you
that's
go after. That I mean,
right.
then you just start going, okay, every single tarot card I pick up, I will be using it to turn those things to the right suits or turn the cards into the right cards and so on and so forth. And then you just hammer on that stuff.
Have you played Monster Train or Cobalt Core?
I played Monster Train. It didn't dazzle me.
Hmm.
I've not heard of Cobalt Core.
I like Monster Train
Mushroom was okay. It just got really repetitive
a
for
bit.
me. Oh, it's another weird monster I have to kill. I mean, I don't know. I just got bored of it. I
Well,
mean,
Cobalt Core is overwhelmingly positive and very positive recently.
well, I'll check that out.
Sci-fi roguelike deck builder.
The thing about Balatro, it it was perfect. As far as like,
Yeah, it's great.
yeah.
I
I
think
mean,
they did one for roulette too, right? Or someone did one.
if they did, I don't know about it.
There was a roulette one, and there's a slot machine one too, which is kind of fun.
Hmm.
Slot machine one is quite fun, actually. You should try that. I think it's called Lucky something. Hold on. And it's 99 cents or something like that. Luck be a landlord. Check that one out.
Luck be a landlord.
Luck be a landlord. It's a roguelike deck builder using a slot machine to earn rent money and defeat capitalism.
Well, I like the.
But it's good, and it's 9.99. I thought it was cheaper.
Well, they're both added. Both Cobalt Core and Luck be a landlord are now added to my
Wish list
wish list. I'll wait for them to pop on like a.
sale.
That's what they call them. We could talk NFL football briefly before anybody else shows up and we bore them. How about your Cowboys? What have they done? I haven't even
No
know.
clue. I'd pay zero attention in the off season, dude. I can barely pay attention to the regular season. I'm not a I don't consume football all the time. It never sounds like anything good is happening with them though. Nothing makes me excited. All I know is Kyrie Irving is out for the season, which basically just completely tanks any chance of us going to playoffs or anything. Anyway, but that's not NFL.
Hmm.
I assume it'll be Dak Prescott again.
Yeah, I mean, you guys gave him enough money.
And I think we're getting back a receiver that used to play for us. What's his name? The guy that played for the Browns. What's his name?
Oh, Amari Cooper.
I think Amari Cooper is coming back.
Hey,
I
there
mean,
goes
I
my
just
phone.
can't get excited about it, unfortunately.
Nah, I know. We spent a ton
I
of
just
money
don't think the
on.
team is the right team.
Yeah. Well, everybody's like complaining, like all the Vikings fans, because we spent the most. We have signed the most total money of contracts out of any team right now, and like the Vikings fans are all like, oh, we overspent on all these guys, because that's what free agency is. You always overspend,
Yeah, you always overspend and then you cut them out when you have to pay.
Yeah. So
It's such a weird game.
everybody's losing their mind, right? It's like we spent too much money, but it's like,
Isn't the
well,
Browns guy up for grabs now too? Or he wants to be traded.
yeah,
What's the
but
Browns guy's name?
Miles Garrett wanted to be
Miles
traded, and
Garrett.
then they said, here's $160 million. He said, okay, I'll stay.
I'll stay. Oh, only 160 million. That
Yeah,
only took.
I've decided I want to stay in Cleveland.
Yeah. Oh, that would just suck.
Um, um, so
Well,
yeah.
160 million eases the pain a lot.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Playing for
when
a
you
crap team.
sleep on a bed full of money, it's easy to wake up in the morning.
And you only got to play what, 16 games?
Well, I mean, you have to train and stuff.
I know it's not. I'm not trying to make light of it.
I know what you're going for, but the one thing about it that I think is the big thing now is everybody's worried the Vikings are going to sign Aaron Rodgers because he was released today, and then
Oh, was he? By the
oh yeah,
Jets?
by the Jets, yeah.
What, they
So
didn't want
he'll
him back to like just destroy the inside of a team
so the weird thing
from
is that
within?
if you look at his he didn't do horrible. He threw for like 3,800 yards. He had like 28 touchdowns and like 12
Yeah.
interceptions. I mean, he was a very serviceable quarterback. Um, but yeah, uh, it's it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see what happens. I mean, all the people we're signing, like for the most part, are like um guys coming off injury or older guys that you worry that aren't going to be able to last, that kind of stuff. But you got to take your swings, right? You got to take your shot and see what happens. So, hey, so I found this at a Goodwill.
Yeah. I never played that. Have you
Um,
ever played it?
no, but I mean, so
You
I
can die very quickly in that game, right? You can play like one turn and be dead. Like
yeah,
it's got that kind of game in it.
I posted
How
so
much rule
so
books does it have?
so what's cool is there's actually so usually when you find these they aren't really complete.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff missing as far as like but this one it's complete. It even has like inside each game there was a real life
MRE
handbook on how to stay alive if you were
in the wilderness.
like because they were selling them at like um there's a real life
Oh,
handbook about actual wilderness skills of
all right.
staying alive.
Give me a wilderness skill.
Well, no, I can't read, but I mean, it's like it actually has
Oh, it's
how to make
it's
a
very tiny
lean-to
text.
and you
Okay.
know how to obtain
Does it
water.
say
So,
what to eat? What do you do with the water? Do you have to boil it?
yeah, they say to boil the water. I haven't read the whole thing, but it's like
Okay.
there's even a diagram on how to fix somebody that's had a hip dislocation.
Oh,
Yeah, so I mean,
wow.
it's
Look at
like
that.
yeah, so
I like the
they
arrows too. This like shows the motion of them. Like
they
grab him by
sold
the knee
these.
and go yank it.
Yeah, they
Speaking of dislocation, my father-in-law had his dislocated his shoulder while I was sitting here. What we were watching. By the way, if you haven't watched uh Poker Face, that show is really good. We talked about
I've
this.
heard of it.
I think Barry liked that show. He's the
Yeah.
one that brought it. I think it's just like a really good. It's a Columbo show. She's like Columbo. She basically can tell when people are lying. Have you do you know the premise of
Yeah,
it?
I know the premise of them.
Okay. It's really
I'm
good.
familiar with the TV show.
Okay. Well, it's a good one to show. Anyway, we were watching with a poker face with my father-in-law, his birthday, 84. And his shoulder went dislocated,
That's
like while we're
horrible.
sitting on the couch. And I'm like, do we need to go to the hospital? And he's like, no, no. It happened before. And Cheryl, you know, his wife, my mother-in-law, yanks on his arm and is pulling it like a tug of war. And he's going like, and it's moaning and like yelling and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God. I was just kind of sitting there like stunned, horrified, laughing
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's
because it was so comical looking. Like it wasn't funny, but it's funny. I don't know. And she's looking at me like, she's like pulling on him on his arm.
no, I know.
And then you just see it go, his arm just go like that, like back in the socket.
Yeah.
Like, oh, good to
I
go.
just I dislocated a finger playing baseball. My brother was the manager of the team. I was like 9 or 10. We were practicing and I tripped and fell and I
And your
dislocated.
fingers are like, oh, I can't
Yeah,
move.
no, and I dislocated this finger right here.
Is that a
And it,
titanium ring?
it is not titanium, it is what can I
Cobalt?
no, yeah, cobalt core. No.
Oh,
Um
no. What is it called? What's that really heavy metal?
tungsten.
Tungsten. So you're not worried about shearing your finger off with that thing?
It's a
Have you ever
tungsten.
heard about that?
Yeah, but if you
Like
go to any if
Jimmy
you go
Fallon
to
had his finger sheared off with a tungsten ring.
if you go to any true emergency room, they'll be able to remove it.
It's not going to help you from shearing off your finger. Anyway,
Well,
whatever. I don't want to talk about.
Jimmy Fallon, he has all nine
Don't Google
fingers.
tungsten rings.
I've heard the nastiness. I mean,
Okay. Anyway, whatever. So tell the
anyway,
story of the rest of your finger.
no, and so I was like, and I was like, I thought I had like broken it or something. And my brother looked at it and he said, "Hold on," and he was like, and he was looking at it and he's like, "You dislocated it," and he just grabbed it and went like that and then popped it back in. And but here, this is why I like finding. I
Look
like
at Mookie
finding
Kid.
old games because like inside, if they haven't been, you
Oh yeah,
find
it's got the all postage.
you'd fill out the order form and then
Oh,
you'd put the check
do they have the
in.
price list in there?
Yeah, hold on.
Let's
I'm gonna get to the
give me a price of Titan. Is
no.
Titan in
I
it?
so and then you would fold it over and then and so like it came with its own little tab on the top and look you can see the discoloring. That's the
Before you
glue.
lick.
The glue is still
What does it say
there.
before you lick?
Yeah, before you lick, make sure it's basically make sure
Double
that
check your prices.
you double check the prices and
Oh,
everything like that. And then hold on a second. Here, the catalog. Here we go. I'll get the catalog out here. Hold on a second. I always love these prices and I want to send it in. I
can we like
don't
go back
think,
in time by
yeah,
some Titan?
I don't think Avalon Hill Game Company is no longer at
What's the
4517 Harlord Road. Hey, we should
where are
Google
the
Map.
is it Massachusetts? Oh yeah, let's go bring up the Google Maps and
Google
see where
Map
it is.
it. Google Map.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You want me to
Okay.
do it or
No, hold on. Google Maps. No,
oh
of course I
we're
put the
starved
piece
for
of.
entertainment. By the way, we're up against John Mulaney. He's live on Netflix right now.
Well, so what? I mean, if they want to go listen to that, that's fine. They can do that.
I
I
know, I
don't
just
care.
wanted to I'm kind of curious about the show.
We got our 10. I'm not happy.
Yeah, we got a solid 9.
45, 17, Harlord Road, Baltimore, Maryland. All right.
Didn't know they were in Baltimore.
Well, they were. They don't.
I thought
Avalon
it
Hill
was in
does.
Massachusetts actually, because Alan Moon used to work for them.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me share my screen here. There we go. So there you go. Let's zoom in.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a big building.
Oh, this doesn't look good. It looks like it's rubble.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh
Oh wait,
no!
no, but the street view. Oh, but yeah, it looks like it's been demolished. See, there's a street view there. Actually, go back in time on the. You can go back in time on this. I think in the bottom at the bottom of the screen, you can click on the little date.
I don't see anything.
You see where it says imagery, copyright, da. You can
Yeah, yeah,
click
yeah.
that, and I think you can change the year. Like you can make it go back in time. I
Nah,
think.
well, don't let me click on it or
Oh, won't
anything
let you
like
do
that.
that. Oh, how do you do that? I mean, that's a pretty big building though. Like it's not tall, but you can see the picture. There's a picture there.
Pookie Kid says that Ernie Gygax would message me all drunk and sort of hit on me and try to sell me his game collection. That's great.
What was this game collection?
That's wonderful. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's depressing.
Have you ever Googled the Board Game Geek building?
Yeah, I have. Well, no, but you told me about it. Hey, it's near Pet
Hey,
Boys,
Pep
though.
Boys.
That's
Yeah, Pep
nice.
Boys right next door.
And apparently a bar, the Den,
Wilson's Tavern. The
temporarily
Den.
closed.
It's temporarily. What's across the street? Peruvian cuisine.
Nazca Lines, Peruvian,
And
the Bee Gees
The Bee Gees
Lounge.
Lounge, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a happening area of town, and you're right next to the fire department. So if but the police burned down.
Is it really
Uh,
gone? Or is that just the top of it? Is it down to is
just
completely
that
gone?
looks like rubble to me.
I
I'm
know, but that could
sorry.
just be like a big pile of crap. Like, is that building still there? Like, it looks like there's a shell of a building there.
I don't think it is.
Can you tilt it? You can tilt.
I mean,
Wow, look at that. Employees only.
I
That's a
want to
lot.
be able to walk
I mean, that's
around.
a pretty good amount of land there, and it's a pretty big.
I want to use AWSD and walk around this
You
place.
can just click. Just click. Like click. Oh, you know what? Because the map doesn't go back that far. But you can walk around.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. What does that say on the wall? Oh, it's just huh. What is that thing right there on the wait? Pan right a little bit. What's that? Oh, is that like a broken smokestack or something? What is that? Doesn't
I
it
don't
look like a
know.
tilted over smokestack?
Yeah, no, I think it's like a drain or something.
Oh, it could be a drain off the roof. Yeah, because it's such a flat roof.
Just think of all the great fun that was created in this building at one
I
time or
know.
another. You know, oh,
Oh,
I can't go back there.
it's weirdly like shot like it's very short. Like like 8 foot tall ceilings maybe.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they tore it down.
This is the old Avalon Hill building, Kabuki Kid.
At 4517, I'm trying to get to the other side of it now. Hold on. This is riveting, I know.
Yeah, it's fun.
Here we are on Harford Road.
Make your mark. The Enola Apartments.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Did I read the fucking thing off? No.
You heard about the Enola Gay, right?
Yeah. How dumb is that? Just you can't
Fucking
make this shit.
imbecilic, honestly.
The whole you can't make
We
this shit up.
we live in the world you've seen the movie Idiocracy, right?
Oh yeah.
We are living in that world. Wilson's Tavern.
I'm trying to get to the other side of the
I
building here.
see. Yeah. I mean, you could pick your little man up and drop him back down.
No jumping.
Where does it
Smile,
say?
you're on camera.
Is that what it says? Can you zoom in on that?
No dumping.
Oh, no dump, no jump, no jumping. No, it says, oh,
There was
no
a nice
dumping.
there was a nice camper
Smile,
back here
you.
at one time.
Wait, zoom in on that. Yeah, there you go. Okay, zoom in.
No dumping.
Camera,
Smile,
camera.
you are on. Great painting
I know, like,
job.
who did that? Like, why would you deface your own building with fucking graffiti?
Yeah. I
Ugh.
was trying to see if this was like another way over here that you could see what the building was for, but Call for. I can't tell what that says over there. How depressing is that, though? I mean, Avalon Hill. I mean, like literally one of the like.
Yeah.
This was their this, and the building one doesn't exist anymore. But I mean, just how.
We think.
Well, yeah, no, it's
I
gone.
mean, that's from 2020, by the way. If you click, actually, if you click that date, you might be able to go back in time or forward in time. There's something,
No,
I know there's a way to go like forward and backward in time on these things.
stupid thing. But yeah, no, there you go.
Okay.
Crazy, crazy.
So what's the price catalog?
Oh yeah, sorry. Here we go. It says for fast service, call toll free 1-800-638-9292. Call that. Pick up your phone. Call
Why do I have to call it?
because I'm doing the
What
thing.
is it's you know it's not gonna be anything. What is it?
You don't know. It might be some lady who wants to tell you how sexy you are if you give
What
her
is
your
it?
credit card number. 1-800-638-9292.
Actually, can I start? What does it start? How do I get to block caller ID? Hold on.
Okay.
Let me block caller ID. Oh, I just have to switch it off. It's a setting. Hold on. Okay. What is it?
1-800
Do I have to download
six
one? Just 800,
three
right?
eight 9292.
638-9292.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear that?
This
No.
call may be recorded for quality assurance.
Ooh.
We have a special promotion today for select callers. If you
Ooh.
are over 50, please press 1 now. If not, press 2.
Yes, if I'm over 50.
Hello and congratulations. Thanks for calling today. We're offering you a free medical alert device. You know, it's the little life-saving button you can wear around your neck in case of an emergency. These devices are often very expensive, so press 1 now to take advantage of this special offer and enjoy the peace of mind that comes with 24/7 support. Don't wait. Press 1 now or remain on the line for additional options. Again, press 1 now to claim your free device or
Free.
remain on the line for additional options.
I want to buy a Titan.
Oh, what's a Titan? Oh yeah.
On a recorded line. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, they thought they had a sale, and then they thought they had a fish.
I mean, it's crazy, right? Like that's a thing still. Like it's just, I guess there's people that do call this thing kind of numbers and get the lifeline, life alert.
So here on the back it says how to compute shipping. Get this.
Oh, really? You had to compute your own shipping?
Yeah, you had to compute your own shipping.
What if you got it wrong? Would you actually get nothing?
I have no idea. There's a thing right here where it tells you to fill this out,
Yeah.
and you can tell it's your shipping label. They're going to clip that out and they're going to attach it to the package
Oh, okay.
because it says right on it, if the postman can't read it, you won't get it.
The postman?
It says that right down there.
Oh, hilarious. Okay.
You know, because women didn't deliver mail.
No.
So if you live in the USA, add 10% for shipping. For example, if your order totals $6.25, you must add on 63 cents. An 850 order, add 85.
Huh.
If you live in Canada or Mexico, double the USA amounts. Payment must be made in USA funds, not Canadian or Mexican amounts. If you live overseas, triple the US amounts. For APO and FBO, add 10% and check here for SAM, space available mail, or add 10% plus $1 and check here for PAL, parcel airlift. This is just crazy.
There was no
To
ship, pirate ship back then.
Yeah. To ensure your order, add 25 cents per $10.
How much?
25 cents per $10 of your order. Avalon Hill offers a lifetime service whereby players are rated in relationship to other game players. Return coupons
Lifetime?
now, along with the $5 lifetime service fee for complete details on the Avalon Hill reliability experience and ability rating. Check here to I don't object for giving my name and address printed in the general with the rating listing 1. I rate myself A, an excellent player, B, a good player, C, an average player, D, a novice in my first year of gaming, or E, a beginner. I realize that my rating may change according to how well I fare against others. For now, please send me my complete details and membership card. Here's my $5.
Is the
Introducing.
is the general still all on archive.com, archive.org? Remember all the generals were like
Oh
still
yeah, I'm sure somebody squirreled it away. Introducing new for fall, Christmas 1980. Microcomputer games from the Avalon Hill Game Company. Each microcomputer game is programmed on a cassette tape cartridge and can be played on one of these home computer systems: a TRS-80 Level 2 with 16K memory, an Apple II with AppleSoft Basic 16K memory beyond Basic, and a PET 16K memory, which is registered trademarks for Tandy Corp, Apple Computers, and Commodore Business Machines. Yeah, that was the first
Commodore PET.
Commodore PET. Yeah. The games were, get this, you can get B-1 nuclear bomber,
Nuclear?
pilot your B-1 on an airstrike mission over Russia in this nail-biting solitaire game. I've played B-1. I had that for my Commodore. It wasn't great. It was $15. If you wanted the rules, an extra $2. So if you want the rules to the game, an extra $2. Then Midway Campaign, command the badly outnumbered and outranged U.S. Navy as your computer controls a huge force of Japanese ships and planes. That was also $15. Rules $2. North Atlantic Convoy Raider. The North Atlantic Bismarck Convoy Raid. You are the commander of the German super battleship and must cripple British home fleet and rampage through the convoy lines. Nuke War. High stakes are involved in your country and an unfriendly neighbor. And then Planet Miners. 1 to 4 players compete with each other in the computer to take valuable minerals claims through the solar system in the 21st century. Yeah. $15 each, $2 if you wanted the rules. You know how it is. Hold on a second here. Now these are the games. There's no this isn't a very colorful
Opponents
thing.
wanted, opponents wanted, opponents wanted.
What was that?
So I accidentally clicked read this book aloud. I'm looking at a general. Like all the generals are scanned into archive.org. And I just accidentally hit the button on the opponent's wanted page.
So as you might guess, a lot of these board games are just war games, right? I mean, they're Assault on Crete, Africa Corps, Air Force, so on and so forth. I mean, they have Acquire listed on here. Basketball, STR. Bulge Business Strategy. That was a game. Business Strategy. That's weird.
Can't find the the self-ranking pages in the general. What was it?
Let's see.
What was the system called?
It was called AREA Rating Service. Area Rating Service.
What year is that?
1980, it looks like.
Oh, I got to go way back then. They probably stopped doing that.
Oh, here's the original Diplomacy. Here's the original Dune on here. They
Okay.
rate Dune as a 3 in complexity.
Okay.
Ooh, Squad Leader. Before I advanced Squad Leader, there was Squad Leader.
Yeah, I played it.
Rail Baron. Samurai. I remember playing Samurai. Kingmaker. I remember that game. Fury in the West, Fortress Europa. That's when I played Flat Top. I played that. Circus
play the-
Maximus.
Did you ever play the like the B-52 bomber game? You know, where you're like a
Yeah, the
part of it.
B-17.
Oh, B-17. Yeah, B-17.
B-17. Yeah.
I've always wanted to try that.
It's a nice little solo game. It's
Right,
good.
but there's a way, like they play it at some conventions where they like sit in a room and it's like a whole team, like, and everybody has like a part, like you're the gunner, you're the, like,
Oh, that sounds cool.
yeah, that did seem kind of cool. It's not live. I mean, it's kind of live action,
Yeah.
and they play with get a whiteboard out. Twixt. I remember I could never understand that game. It was just one level too high for my brain, like 8-year-old brain. Could not read the rules.
You could buy a 10-foot length of magnetic strip for your counters for $7.50.
Magnetic strip?
Yeah, like so you could mount the counters on the magnetic
Oh,
strip.
I see.
Huh.
So, you would have to cut them and like put them on. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, all these games are like 10, 12, $13. Dune, $15. Pricey.
15.
15 smackaroos, my friend. 15 smackaroos.
The General was a cool magazine, man. It's so tiny, like it's single spaced, 3 columns, like microscopic to copy of like tons and tons of content, like for the games.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look at this. Let me just share my screen real quick for the Dune. Like, that's Paul Muad'Dib. There's the Fremen. There's the guild. Look, he looks like I love it.
Yeah.
It looks like a merman. There's a map. Like, look at this content. Like, can you read that text? It's so tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, and it's just dense with content. Look at that. Bene Gesserit, Reverend Mother, House Corino. And then there, yeah. I mean, this was the Dune issue.
That's amazing though.
This was March, April 1980, volume 16. $2.50. The Essence of Dune. Yeah, I was trying to just find one of the. I mean, just look at that. Like, it just doesn't. People just don't do this stuff anymore. Probability tables for 2 successive attacks in Panzerblitz. Wait, what? What is? Oh, area top 50. What is this? Is this maybe what I was like looking for?
You know what I wish I had?
Oh,
I'm sure if I
Mr. Brady.
dug
Yeah.
I'm sure if I dug around for it I could find it, but I would love to get all of the old Car Wars Auto Duel quarterlies.
I bet you can get it. Doesn't seem like that insurmountable. I mean, look at all this stuff. Page after page of dense content. Letters to the editor.
Letters to the editor.
Dear Mr. Gruen, first I must preface my letter with the following remarks. Avalon Hill is, in my opinion, a quality company with an excellent reputation. I have purchased a large quantity of games released by Avalon Hill and will continue to do so. Therefore, please understand the opinions reflected in this letter are to be considered as constructive criticism and not a personal vindictive attack on you or Avalon Hill. A case in point says a company has an obligation to the consumer. A product release for use by the public should be a tested product. By doing so, oh, really? By doing so, the company builds a track record, in quotes, in which the consuming public trusts. It also protects the company from releasing an inferior product to the public. To release an untested product could be, and is considered in most quarters, ethically and morally wrong. A case in point is Magic Realm. I purchased the game when it first released. The rules were baffling, ambiguous, and too long. The game concepts looked to be interesting and fun. After a couple weeks, I gave up. I wrote letters to you and Mr. Hamlin stating my displeasure with the game as sold. Mr. Hamlin did respond, a fact I deeply appreciated. However, the problem with Magic Realm remained. Imagine my surprise when in Volume 16, Number 4 of the General, the admission was made that Magic Realm was released without blind playtest. I no longer thought it was just me. I realized that my trust for that particular game was broken. I purchased a product which I was to be a tester. Anyway, riveting.
Yeah, anyway, indeed.
I just miss these days of sometimes a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's a combination of missing those like that. It's a connection to like your.
Opponent wanted 25 cents. What is that?
It's a total connection to your youth, right?
Oh, it's a want ad. Yeah, sure. Hey, here's the want ads. They're very tiny. Desperate Admiral needs opponents to sink in mid. Also, FTF. I guess face to face. AK, BB, BIS, DD, LW, PB, RW. All inquiries answered. Huh. What a blast.
I still remember, like we were so like jazzed about the idea of we would sit there and we'd say we're gonna play Car Wars this weekend. You get $15,000
$15,000. Think of the best car.
to make your ship, make your car.
Yeah.
You know, and all of us would say you got to make your car before you know, because otherwise it takes like hours to get there. And there'd always be one guy who hadn't made his car, and the rest of you wanted to start playing. And you'd sit there and you'd just be so jazzed to like you just want to race your car in and you know you'd spend and then you'd be like, oh, what did you do? You know, it's like, oh, you know, it's like I went. Did you get a luxury size or mid size? Did you put RAM plates on it, or did you know, just all kinds of stuff like that, where you just sit there and then you play, and then your car would get blown up in like 5 minutes, and you'd just be like, oh, well,
Yeah,
dang,
that was fun.
that was fun. But the whole making it right now, I mean, you know, it was you got excited. You were just but yeah, no, good times. Good times. Sitting in like I remember my friend Brandon he had the attic room in his house. So like we could all and there was a ton of room up there, and so we'd be up there all together, and we could all be up there sleeping and whatever, and we'd play on the floor. It was good times. Good times.
Where's everybody?
Shadow Dark Kickstarter hit $1 million in a day.
What is Shadow Dark?
I convinced you to back it. Remember?
Oh, that was the one you were telling me about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Old school RPG.
Old school RPG. So now everybody's trying to say it's no, it's the D&D killer. I already got into arguments with a couple of morons online,
The
which I show.
D&D killer.
It's like
Thinking kill D&D.
It's like D&D is inevitable.
No,
You're not
it's
gonna.
just you're not gonna kill it.
They're like, oh, no. It's like they're gonna. It's the new thing. It's like no. It isn't, but that's fine. You can be excited about it. That's fine. But to try to pretend that it's going to outsell D&D is insanity. So
So I played the new innovation. Well, it's old, but it's new. It's a new version. It's called I think it's Innovation what is it called? Oh, Board Game Geek save me. Ultimate. Innovation Ultimate. And it's got a lot of cards, man. It's a big fat box full of cards. It's not, yeah, there you go. Do you play Innovation? Have you played it?
I played Innovation.
Yeah. I think it's a
It's
fun
been a
game.
while.
It's a good game. I tore up, man. I was just killed. I had such great combos.
It's try not to patch stuff in the back there too much, about how great you are.
Where's that GIF? Yeah, that GIF
Yeah.
you're on the shoulder. No, it was a good game. But I feel like there's couple powers in that game that just like if they just hit right, you can't stop it. I mean, you can stop it eventually, but like by that point, you're like, your back is broken.
Somebody was trying to tell me that Montanai is a better game than Glory to Rome, and I had to throw them
It
off a
is
cliff.
not. It is not a better game. I mean, it's a similar game, but it's not a better game. What else did I play? Got to go to my game log. Anyway, we decided we're going to play more innovation. We don't play teams.
Okay.
We played Marvel Dice Throne Missions, which is a cooperative version of Marvel Dice Throne. It's pretty good. We had a good time with it. I wish it was just like a hair more complexity. You know what I mean? Like it's a good game to play basic. It's a basic just do the best you can. There's a couple little decisions to make and how you want to like who you want to attack first and things like that, but it just needs that. I wish it was just like one level harder. But it's really good. I mean, the production's amazing. And apparently when I backed it, I bought all the playmats, so I have 25 fucking playmats now that I have to handle to deal with. Ugh, I don't know what I was thinking.
Well,
But it's gorgeous. Like all painted minis. The dice are really nice. The boards are great. The cards are nice. It's come with everybody's got custom sleeves. It's really cool.
you know what looks really nice? The Champions of Midgard 10th
Are you
anniversary
doing
edition.
custom sleeves?
No,
What about playmats?
it's got one.
Oh.
If it's in the box.
I mean, but individual playmats, like personal playmats.
No, we're
Do you
doing
need them?
we're doing personal game trays. Each person has their own
Okay.
game tray that holds everything. Everything's got a spot.
Marvel Dice Run has that too.
So
Uh,
I remember.
anyway, we played a few missions of Marvel missions. And then we played D&D pinball.
Attaboy.
Yep.
Are you warming to it now?
I like it. It's fun. It's not done, but it's a good start.
Maybe it's not done.
Pinball is never released. Like the current state of pinball games come out basically at 0.75 code, not even 1.0. So it's not done. Like it doesn't have all the stuff. It doesn't have all the content in the game. Like it won't have all the missions. It won't have all the mode. It won't have all the features. Yeah, that's the state. That's the state of the world with pinball. Like everybody releases games unfinished.
So you have to log on to their website or something and download it or what?
No, it has, there's firmware updates. Like it'll update itself because it's got Wi-Fi connection and stuff. But the current code on Dungeons and Dragons is 0.86, I think.
I mean, I don't like the idea of it just hooked up to the Wi-Fi. You don't know what got cameras and shit watching you.
There's no cameras in them. You can see everything inside a pinball machine. There's no cameras.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, although Jersey Jacks have cameras on them, and you can disable it. Apparently, it's like a setting. You can push a button and it'll be like turn it off.
Remember when the Xbox, they said that the camera would always be on? Remember
Oh,
that? They,
what was that called? The Connect.
yeah, it would just be always on.
Yeah.
And we were like, yeah, I don't want your camera to be always on.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Where are we at with the software version? Yeah, I mean, of the last 4 Stern pinball games, none of them have reached 1.0 code yet. That's that's shit. That's some shit, right? Actually, sorry, the last 3.
That seems, yeah.
John Wick is not 1.0. Jaws is not 1.0. Um, X-Men is not 1.0. Dungeons and Dragons is not 1.0. Venom came out last year. That's at 1.0 or 2 years ago.
Mm.
And only recently went 1.0. Yeah, that's the way it is. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. You can still play pinball, right? The ball still flips. The flippers flip, the ball shoots, you get scores.
They don't disable it. They don't disable the pinballs until
No, you don't have to pay for that for the pinball when you don't have to you have to get an update so the pinball actually works. Usually they are playable from the get-go. But it is kind of funny though. It's basically releasing unfinished board games. Which, some people might argue that happens too.
um
0.86 Dungeons and Dragons. John Wick is at 0.94. Uncanny X-Men is at 0.90. Metallica remasters at 0.96. Yeah, anyway.
I'm intrigued by a board game.
You're intrigued by board game?
Well, I talked to you about this earlier today, but I'll just mention it again. Um, there are very few people whose opinions on board games can sway me in any way, shape, to like convince me to buy something sight unseen. Like to like I'll be like, okay, yeah, I'll get that. And Scott Nicholson is one of them. Like I love you, Scott. I do, but I mean it's one of those things where and this is Aldi I'm talking about. If Aldi is like, oh yeah, this game's awesome, I'm like, aha.
Uh-huh.
Just no, not that Scott. I think Scott would probably like if he played a game and he'd be like, I think he could probably peg a game that he'd be like, yeah, that's a game you'd like, kind of thing. Like, and I'll be like, okay. But um,
You
when
know about
Scott
Scott
Nichol
Nicholson?
when Scott Nicholson tells me that not only did he play a game that he liked it, but he left it set up on his table so he could play it again a week later. That means I've got to probably track down a copy of Galactic Cruise.
Oh, okay. Like he's your like soulmate of games?
In a lot of ways, yeah, because he's a super harsh critic of games. He doesn't like being bored by games. He doesn't. And I find myself I get bored of games really quickly. Just like, what am I doing here? That kind of stuff. Just like, okay, I'm moving this thing over here and clicking this button to get that cube. Great. Why? Why am I doing this? But yeah. And I'm not normally a Vital guy. I mean, everybody's like, oh, Vital, his games are so heavy and so great. Kanban EV, I really like that one. That's good. You
Sure.
know, but
The only
yeah.
Vital game I've played is Escape Room. Oh, and then I played On Mars.
Oh God.
Not Escape Room, Escape something.
Rocking the tank I see there, buddy.
I hate tank tops so much,
the
but I've got
guns.
so many shirts that I just committed to shirt roulette for the rest of my life. It's like if I own it, I will commit. So I just reach in there, grab something, and today was unfortunately this crap. Feels so weird in these.
And
Yeah, I
you're
don't
just like,
feel weird
whatever,
in
I'm gonna live with
basketball.
it.
I don't feel weird in basketball jerseys though, oddly enough. But in this, I just feel
You
weird.
need
Like,
you need a boss tattoo or something on your
Yeah.
arm.
Yeah, you
to
need a
show
yeah,
off.
I got
tattoo.
one, man. The best AL Central team that's probably not going to exist in 7 years
My 7 years.
because they're terrible and their ownership is. Yeah, I just.
So, Lance, Galactic Cruise is not a Vital Lacerda game.
No, it's they just went for
It's
that vibe.
It's a 3 designer game. It's
Yeah, and they were
TK King, Dennis Northcott, and Colton Thompson.
there was so much pre-launch buzz for that, like well in advance. I remember Origins like a year or two ago, they had like big stuff they hung up like before the Kickstarter, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. I'm guessing
they
Ian
were
O'Toole confused you.
Well, maybe they said something like it's very much like a Vital game or
Yeah,
something.
I suspect it is. It's got a beefy rule book.
oh, great. Have you still had more success feeding it into that one thing?
I fed in the Civilization rulebook and it worked perfectly.
All right, I'm doing that soon.
I mean,
I need to get
it's really
that.
useful. Yeah, I did it. I've done it several times now.
Yeah.
There was something else I did it recently with too. Can't remember what it was though. Actually, I could just load my Google and see what I have in there.
Keep putting it off and doing stupid stuff instead.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm figuring out a lot of like evergreen YouTube short content where it's like because I'm going through all my games and reorganizing, and so it's like I'm like got all my monopolies, all my clues, all my cranium, all my risk games, and be like, oh, here's what's different about the Risk Transformers game, like, or did you know that this was the one of the Risk things, the Godstorm, or just this content that'll be evergreen because it's attached to Risk or Monopoly or Uno or whatever. I see those videos consistently like just churning. And so I'm like, oh, I can easily make content on this because all those games too, my kids want to play. Like they played Risk before and they loved it. They want to try all those Risks. So it's like, all right, two birds, one stone.
By the way, I just made Google create a study guide for the game Elder Scrolls Betrayal.
What?
Yeah,
that's
basically
awesome.
it says quiz. Describe the enemy pool and how it is calculated. How is the EP used during battle setup? And that the answer is, well, it's the enemy pool is a numeric value used to determine the level of the enemy chips deployed during a battle. It is calculated by multiplying the party's total XP by the number of adventurers.
What a time to be alive.
I know, it's like it's made a glossary of key terms. I know.
Hey, Salem was the game that Anthony set on fire, right?
What?
Salem was the game that Anthony set on fire.
Yeah.
It was Witch Trials, something like that.
Yeah, wasn't that where it took him like a year to get it, or many years to get it, and then he burned it?
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. Where's Anthony? When he gets here, I want to go over that article. So I want him to.
Oh God, that article.
You should do a video on that, dude. Do a little deep dive into it.
I should. I read it, and there's not a lot of beef to it, which means I'd have to actually look more into it. But it's like, yeah, as soon as I saw Peterson Games, I was like, and then they got to the point where it was like, there was no chance because like, then why would you buy it if there was no chance that you were going to be able to fulfill it? Like who greenlit it without looking into what that logistically meant? Like, and they're like, oh yeah, there's like the fact that it's like, oh, the cost to do plastic molds and whatnot. So it's like, yeah, of course the cost to do plastic mold. Like just your average Kickstarter Joe Schmo who's backed 5 to 10 projects knows that just based off like most likely, I feel like that's common knowledge. Once you get to miniatures, it gets expensive and there's molds and all this other terminology and crap that people know. It just like they know at the baseline, like, yeah, I know that's a thing. And for them to just be like, oh yeah, whoa, we were so caught off guard. It's like, what the hell? Could you possibly be that inadequate that you could be caught off guard at that? If you're signing with Peterson Games, you're like, yeah, we're gonna take over that stuff. At least if I'm understanding it. Like, am I understanding that it's that cut and dry where it's like, yeah, of course you should have known that you probably weren't going to be able to do this.
Yeah.
The article
Hello,
was
Anthony. Speaking of the devil,
lacking details about that.
Speaking of the devil, how did I get involved in this?
because
I'm
I said,
just saying, if I'm understanding it properly, because that's what I read. And I was like, wow, like, yeah, if you're going to try and do Peterson Games stuff in America, like that level of miniatures, like, yeah, that's going to be stupid expensive. Like anywhere, it's going to be stupid expensive.
But the biggest part about it is not that it's just expensive. It's the fact that you were planning on fulfilling all of the orders.
Yeah.
That you didn't
all right,
get
here we
paid
go.
for
Here
in
we
the
go. I'm gonna share my screen, and then we
just
can
read it.
Oh, it just got real when he shares the screen.
Yeah. So anyway, here this is. So I heard the scuttlebutt about this, with this thing, and so when I heard about this whole thing with Quimby's, we talked about it, the whole thing. It was a weird thing where, like, they were talking, like, the way they discussed it was like, oh, the Quimby's is a long-standing, like, if you see like the weird press releases and stuff, and the fact that like they never were posting anything on like updates. They were like, you had to go to like the Peterson Games website or go to,
No.
yeah, it's like, you know, you have to somehow leave the Kickstarter to track down your info. That's never a good thing.
Yep.
Never a good idea. But anyway, so this is at superhuman.com, Stephen Human, human or whatever. Like, this is his website where I think he does like ghostwriting and stuff like that, but he also maintains a blog. And so, of course, like, they came in, they said, we're gonna get all these things printed off and we're gonna make them and we're gonna do this thing. And then now they've like haven't delivered anything, and nothing's happened in like a year. And I think like some people have gotten a lesser version of the game Hyperspace, which was a game that like is 5, 6, 7 years late. But not everybody has gotten them, from what I understand. I could be wrong. But so the first thing is Chad Roberts says, that's a crap load of people for a game company in 2025.
Yes, no joke.
Wait.
So I was looking
150%.
Lance, before you start reading and going into it, okay, now that we know the general idea, zoom in on the gentleman in the white T-shirt with the afro.
Oh, let's see him. Let's see.
He is laughing at the rest of them because he knows how it's going to end up.
Maybe. There's 19 people here and a dog.
What?
And a dog.
That's so many mouths to feed.
And there's Sandy Peterson right there. I believe this is Sandy Peterson's son. It's been a while since I've seen him, but I think that's Sandy Peterson's son. This is the guy that like assumed the I'm Quimbley's or whatever. He assumed that name or whatever. But nobody, it's all kind of smoke and mirrors. Nobody knows exactly what's going on. So yeah, the dog knows. Oh, we're screwed. Just like whatever.
And the guy is just like his hands over his face, laughing, like he's covering a laugh.
Well, I mean, he's covering, or he sneezed, or he doesn't want people to see his smile.
You have to zoom in and see his eyes. He's got the look. Like, I know all of these smiling faces are gonna go down.
Nah, they were excited. They were excited at this point. I'm pretty sure this is like one of the very first chances or whatever. So if people don't know, Sandy Peterson, there's like 5 Kickstarters that like they basically were robbing Peter to pay Paul, trying to get enough money to stay afloat, and they made a bunch of really bad decisions and COVID and all these other things. And they have no money. They fired everybody, and they were looking for an investor. They went to Catalyst Games, and they couldn't get Catalyst Games to do anything. And then if you are on the Sandy Peterson Discord, he like posted something recently that they've had like possible litigation and lawsuits are going to happen between them and Quimbleys now because of something that nobody
What?
knows exactly what's going on. It's like, so who knows? But this is just a person that had worked that came in to work for Quimbleys. 2024 was wild, fun, stressful, a year full of change. Biggest change came when I decided to take an opportunity with a friend's startup called Quimbleys Toys and Games, which is hilarious that it's a startup because it was represented as like this long-lasting or long-running like toy and game manufacturer. They made up this entire story that like this thing was this thing or that. But I recently brought on a partner for Superhuman Creative and thought this is the perfect time for risk. I believe in risk, and when things don't work, risk is almost worth taking, even when you fall flat on your face. Quimbleys was a brainchild of a good friend of mine. He had taken over the flailing game company Peterson Games, producers of the famous board game Cthulhu Wars. After a long list of successful Kickstarter games, Peterson had run into logistical problems and had failed to produce their last 5 fully funded games. The plan was to produce those games and use them as a means of catapulting Quimbleys to the top of the charts. The team being assembled was an impressive mix of famous game designers, toy manufacturers, and logistical specialists. I would split time writing books, marketing, and being a driving creative force. It was a good plan. The execution, let's just say we learned a lot. One of the primary focuses at Quimbleys was going to be the building of a manufacturing plant here in Utah that would allow games and toys to be produced in the United States as opposed to China. What a bad idea. What a horrendously bad idea. We're going to put our money where our mouth was and produce right here at home. And then there's just a picture of a warehouse. We got a warehouse. We bought machines and printers and started iterating product. For those of you who never worked in manufacturing, the iteration process take a long time. Like just reading this just sounds like they had no idea what they were doing.
Yes. Bingo, that's exactly how I felt. It was like, Jesus, did no one logistically look into any of these things?
They have logistic experts. It says it right there.
You design a product, you test it, you create a prototype, try to see what works. The entire operation is fascinating and eye-opening. For example, creating a product or game from scratch involves a ton of different designers, all with their own expertise. Ever designed a box for a product before? That's what I'm talking about. That expertise is worth its weight in gold. When you have someone with years of experience firing all cylinders on a project, they understand the inside and out, and it's magic. Building that aspect of manufacturing from scratch, that's hard. Gets forgotten is all the political rhetoric is the fact that simply bringing factories back to the USA won't necessarily lower prices. A fact we learned pretty fast. If you had asked anybody, why do you manufacture in China? Because it's cheap and they do a good job.
Yep.
But it takes a long time to get it. But it's cheap and they do a really, really good job because they know what they're doing. The reason cheaper to manufacture is the level of experience and efficiency they have in the industry is very high. And B, the fact that they pay their work significantly less in the U.S. Simply put, you have to pay people in the United States more money to work in a factory than in China.
Because the cost of living in China is 1/5 of what it is in Utah.
Yeah.
Duh.
Will this always be the case? Who knows? But it's the reality right now, and it's been reality for decades. Why? I mean, how? We found that producing a board game here in the United States would cost us almost double what it would cost. I mean, seriously, what were you thinking? I mean, It's just for a board game to be financially viable, it requires a 5x return on production. If a game costs $10 to manufacture, you need to sell it for $50 to make your money back, let alone have some profit left over to produce your next game. Even with the machines we had bought, we still couldn't compete with Chinese prices. We tried different products to run and fund RPG battle bats, but we always came back to the same conclusion. We were able to produce some things pretty well, like wooden accessories and such, but not at the scale that would make them viable mass market products. We were facing some headwinds. And what about the gaming front, you ask? Honestly, we had no idea how angry the Peterson Games audience was about having paid for games that never arrived. This is my favorite section. Just some due diligence. Go look at the comments section on any of the Kickstarters that are late. You'd see
Damn it, Lance! You've convinced me to do a video on this.
Lance, my dad's a television repairman. He's got an awesome set of tools. I can fix it.
Yeah. Even when we announced we would be fulfilling those games for every one of the backers, frustration and resentment still manifested constantly. No matter what progress was shown on the prototyping and manufacturing of the games, an uninterrupted stream of rage would fly back in our faces. Gamers can be a pissy bunch.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. What a great line.
That's a great line when you're going out of business.
It may have been a relatively small number in comparison to the massive audience Peterson Games had accrued, but it was enough to inundate us at times. And then we started looking more closely at what had been promised to the backers and how much it would cost to fulfill. The prices they had paid on Kickstarter would barely cover production on one of the more complicated games, let alone shipping costs and having any profits left over. There were so many plastic miniatures in the game that tooling alone was a crushing financial burden that would cripple the merchandise line commercially before anything was produced.
Oh.
What we thought would catapult us into the stratosphere turned out to be digging our grave. Who doesn't look into this? What company doesn't look into that? The designing of games, writing of character lore, and even the marketing were all a blast, but it became clear a scaled-back version of Quimby's would be necessary for her to survive. And that's what we did. Some of us stepped away, i.e. we were fired, allowing more resources to go forward what was absolutely necessary for success. Luckily, Quimby's survives to this day in its truncated form. Good word, truncated. Streamlining some of the more costly games and creating versions that are affordable for both the company and consumers. Yes, backers are still angry. They aren't getting exactly what was promised. But for the most part, they are starting to understand the realities of manufacturing and why sometimes things don't turn out the way everyone hoped. There's one big takeaway their experience. Manufacturing has more complicated process than we give it credit, and we complain about China tariffs and everything else. It requires not only machines but expertise, so on and so forth.
Someone with more money than sense lost a lot and learned a lesson.
Yes.
And I believe Anthony now. Like, I believe Anthony. Like, if I were sitting there, Lance, if you were sitting there and there were 19 other people, that, like, you would know. You would know. They're like, yeah, we're going to manufacture in America. You would be like 6 questions in. They would have no fucking clue. And you'd be like, oh, God, if I don't shut my mouth, I'm going to have to do a lot more work.
Yeah. My experience with Quimblies is one of the joys of my life. My creativity is stretched and twisted and strengthened. I learned more about board games and game theory than I ever thought existed. It was truly the best of times, but life moves and shifts. We have to move and shift right along with it. I'm happy to be fully focused on Superhuman Creative again. Just because it didn't work out exactly like we hoped doesn't mean it wasn't a success. Success is measured in a lot of different ways. For me, Quimblies hits too many of them to be considered anything less than a triumph of grit, determination, and the desire to bring good into people's lives. Yo,
This guy's a hero. This guy's a fucking hero.
So it's just one of those things where it's like, yes, the guy is spinning it a little bit, but one of my favorite my favorite thing was, like, I forget, but Josh, what did he say? He said we bought a failing company because we thought it would be easy. It turns out making games is really, really hard. I made a lot of friends, but everybody lost all their money. No backers got games, and everybody's mad.
Some backers got different versions of their games that they're slowly realizing is going to be the best they're going to get and accepting it. He said that part. So there's some people got some. I would love to see what they're getting, like what they should have got versus what they were supposed to get.
I mean, I backed all his stuff, everything.
So what have you gotten?
Nothing.
Oh,
none of it.
Oh, well, that's
I've not even done the math on what I paid.
At the end of it,
what?
Did you get a good day, sir? At least.
A good what?
You got nothing. Good day, sir.
Good day. I said good day. Let me see what I've got. I got nothing. I haven't received a Peterson product in years.
So here's the point that you had a bunch of people there who had never, regardless of what they think they've done, none of them have ever done this.
Yeah.
None of them have ever done this to the point where to rethink of a different way of doing it.
Yeah. Like,
Like if you're gonna make it here and you can't deliver exactly what you promised, what was promised these
I was
people?
actually really surprised when I heard that someone had picked this up. I was like, wow.
yeah. I
I
mean,
was
I
like,
did a
wow,
video on Peterson
deep
Games.
pockets. I was like, deep pockets.
The fact that anyone would want to
Because
pick all that up for Cthulhu Wars, like, what are you thinking? Like, how much debt did you have to?
so hyperspace was a 4x asymmetric, 4x asymmetric space game. That was, what did I pay for that? $299.
Ooh.
Got nothing. I didn't do Cthulhu coins. Some of this stuff it's weird. Like the system here is not showing me all his stuff.
So there's a reason why they bought it. Well, an idea of why they bought it. Because if you could fix it and repair all that damage, it's a fucking gold mine.
Yeah. Return to Planet. I bought Return to Planet Apocalypse. $179.
To manufacture in the US on top of that, like,
Did I do Dinosaur 1944? I did not do Dinosaur 1944, but that's $187,000 pledged.
like you're trying to juggle a chainsaw and you're like, yeah, we'll do 2 chainsaws. We're gonna do this in America.
Hasta Rising, I did not back that. That was $87,000 pledged. Glorantha the Gods War reprint. Did I back that? I don't think I did because that game's massive. No, I did not back that, but that's $250,000 pledged. 8-bit attack. Did I back that? No. That's $43,000 pledged.
Wait,
Google
you didn't back 8-bit attack?
I think I learned my lesson after a while. I was just like, I think I better cool down on the Peterson Games backings.
I bet if you would have backed 8-bit attack, that would have been the straw that broke the camel's back, and things would have been good for Peterson Games.
That would have been the one.
I think you left him high and
I don't know if
dry.
actually Ghoul Island is a book. They might have been able to print that. I'm not sure if they have or not. I should look to see.
That sounds like that sounds
Eternal
like
Adversary. I backed that. $139. I mean, have we gotten to 1,000 yet? Not quite, but pretty close. That raised $150,000. Man, this is just endless. A couple Cthulhu Wars expansions. I get the hyperspace was a big one for me. Startropolis. Did I do that one? No, I didn't do Startropolis. Can you buy that? Coming June 2022. That was Startropolis was a $65,000 one. So maybe I'm not out as much as I thought.
I lost.
It's still quite a lot.
I actually got the last Cthulhu Wars one that I backed. I backed the one that's the Harn World one. I forget what it's called.
Yeah. I got Cthulhu Wars too. I have way too much Cthulhu Wars.
Yeah.
I have like garbage bags full of the minis. I mean, literally, because I didn't know how to store them.
Well, no, there was no storage.
Yeah.
I actually, when I Googled it, like, how do you get what do you use for storage for this? And somebody actually like said, oh, you gotta go buy a jewel case and then put it like one of those like standing glass cases and put it in the corner of your house and then put them all in there. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, the one that hurts is Return to Planet Apocalypse and the what do you call it? Hyperspace.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like with the Peterson Games thing, there was two moments that made me kind of raise my eyebrow a bit, like, what? Like there was you can never predict COVID, right? Like that's one of those things where it's like that's just really bad timing, and what else can you do? That kind of thing, right? So it's like, but The one that made me go, what? Was when they were like, so we have two choices at this point. We can either A, make all the stuff that we promised everybody and then get it done and then have it shipped over and then deliver it, or we can actually like because they had like signed some they said we signed some deal to like mass produce Cthulhu Wars and it was going to be in all the stores and everything like that. They had signed some huge deal to take care of it. And if they did that, that was going to set up Peterson Games to be like basically a functioning like company that would be able to stay afloat. And so instead of actually like printing off what they needed to complete a project, they decided to go that route instead, the other second route, and said we were just going to have to wait a little bit of extra time or whatever before you got your stuff. And it was just kind of like, what? Why are you doing? It's like, we're gonna spend
Right.
even
I think I
more
remember that
money.
stuff.
What?
Yeah, I think I remember that whole saga.
It was like we're gonna spend even more money.
Well, here's the question. Did anything get made? I
Well,
thought there were left. Wasn't there like remember the whole container wars thing?
well, yeah, that was the big thing. Like, oh, it's like
There's
you
like
can
500 containers needing to be shipped, and you basically could, if you could get the money for your container, you would get your stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was them,
Wasn't
wasn't
that a thing?
and then they took that away.
Like
They said
but where did that money go?
That was so
Wait,
weird.
hold on. So on which one is this? On the hyperspace campaign in the comment section.
I mean, it's like these things have 234 updates. It's just like, what the
Wait,
hell?
hold on. 9 days ago, from Arthur over on Discord. Important official news. What Link said about the relationship between Quimbley and Peterson Games coming to an end is true, despite Sandy and my diligent effort to keep that plan going. This has happened for a variety of reasons we cannot delve into due to legal issues surrounding the same. Link is also correct that we are doing all that we can to ensure that the existing inventory of hyperspace will be shipped from the factory. Though we do not have a timeline on that right now.
So there is inventory.
PG did not relinquish our intellectual property as part of the deal with Quimbley's, and we do not expect that there will be any credible claim for the same. So apparently that's the big stickler. That's what they're throwing as the stickler now.
Wait, what? I don't quite understand it.
So Quimbley, again, we said before, why would you do this deal if you have all this money you're going to lose up front? It's because part of what Quimbley was buying was Peterson Games' IPs.
I thought
This update is saying that their existing internet intellectual property was not part of the deal. So either again, the Peterson Games people are lying about it and saying this is why we can't release them. We'll release them to you, but we can't because they're fighting us, saying that it's supposed to be, but it's not. I'm like, this is all bullshit.
Yeah,
That's
I mean
the
everything.
only reason
I mean,
you buy
here's
that
another-
company.
here's
you
another
take
thing.
on that debt.
It was like 500 pallets or containers, right? It wasn't 500, but it was like several hundred containers, as I recall. Or maybe it was per pallet. I don't remember. It was something like many hundreds. Like, where is all that stuff? Like, China will not just hold that stuff forever. You got to pay storage fees.
I keep checking Timo for it.
Yeah, it might actually show up on Temu. It might be surprising. Have you guys bought anything from Temu?
I have.
I almost bought a display case the other day. I'm like, I
I've bought
can't
a lot of stuff from Temu.
Like they're selling it for like $50. I'm like, this can't possibly be any good. It's like a glass display
You would be
case.
surprised at some
How
of the
good
stuff
it
from
is?
Timo, how good it is.
What have you bought from Temu? I'm curious now.
I bought a lot of stuff like woodworking stuff.
Oh,
So like there's a company who makes like squares and measuring tool things called Woodpecker that they make everything here in the US.
Mhm.
And like literally like a square that's like this big
T-square, yeah.
on Woodpeckers is literally like $185.
Because
And
it's
you
fine.
can buy one that's almost exactly the same on Temu for like $25. And like I said, everything's not great, but if you take the time and you get it, like it is balls on accurate square
So
to
weird.
my machinist
Hero.
square.
Interesting.
Like I said, some stuff is
I would
junk.
just
You
keep
have
as
to
many
you
as
have
I
to actually
actually
look at
wanted.
the ads and read them.
Yeah, because
Sometimes they'll
it's
show you
deception.
something and
It's
it's like,
deceptive.
oh,
It's deceptive. Like
yeah,
something
you're not getting
will
this
look
phone. You're getting the
like-
little cover that goes over here for,
Yeah.
and sizes are different and all that. But like I said, there's stuff. I mean, there's definitely stuff on there that's just totally fake. But here's the thing: if you go on Amazon and look for the same things, you will find the exact same ones on Amazon because they're bought by people
And resold on Temu.
and just
or
resold
bought
on
Temu and
Amazon. And
resold
people are
on
like, I'm not
Amazon.
going to buy from Temu, like or
Yeah.
Temu, whatever it's pronounced. Like it's the same stuff. You're going to pay 25% more of it because someone else. And be like, oh, they're stealing your information. Like, what information are they stealing?
Yeah.
That nobody else has already stolen. Like it's, I pay everything through PayPal when I order from them, and
Yeah.
it comes really quick. The packaging sucks. That's the only thing about them. It's
Hey Matt, how's it going?
but they have like board games on there that you know are fake.
Sure.
You know.
So.
And the thing is, it's not. They're a marketplace.
Right, because you don't know who you're
The
buying
other
from
thing
now.
is they have actual warehouses here in the U.S. So if you order like something like they sell like those big metal rolling toolboxes, and they don't ship them from China, they get shipped from here in the U.S.
You saying Temu?
Yeah.
I'm ready to look into them.
Here's a nice comment from Kickstarter. This is the nail in the coffin as far as I'm concerned. This is from Behind
I
Hyperspace.
just read that one too.
I'm moving on from this and accepting hyperspace and return to Planet Apocalypse are lost causes at this point. It would appear Sandy has other legal troubles on top of the newest legal troubles with Quimbley. The Petersons as a family have shown from their behavior over the years that they are not good people. They are incompetent as business owners, and hopefully karma finds a way to give us some poetic justice. When you keep launching new campaigns to pay for old ones, you deserve all the blowback for your collective stupidity. Just, yeah.
By the way, I just brought up Temu. The default search term is called butt lift. Like, you know how like it's got the little shadow words in the search bar? It says butt lift. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so you need a butt lift.
I didn't get a butt
Get
lift.
it.
What's a butt lift? I'm curious what a butt lift is. I'm searching butt lift now. Oh yeah, I don't need that. Oh my god. Wow. Don't search butt lift on Temu.
Noted.
I have a grievance.
Dude,
Am I the only
Okay.
one?
better you. I do too, but I'm, not
I'm pretty
gonna say
good, I think. We think.
Go
Whoa.
for it.
Go for
So yesterday or this whole week, I've been upgrading databases on Board Game Geek, right? And we are, a cloud-based company, and we spent, I would say, probably now almost 2 weeks figuring out how to like upgrade databases without going down, without downtime, which is an incredible amount of hard work. Like it's really hard, and we got it working. We finished the solution. We got the solution working. So Monday afternoon, we took a database from 3.6 and brought it up to 8.0, which is a lot of upgrades, by the way, because we had to go to 4.0, 4.2, 4.4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like it was like 6 or 7 steps in this upgrade.
what platform is it?
It's called MongoDB. It's a database. But you can't upgrade from you can't go from 3.6 to 8.0 in one jump. You have to step through all the upgrades, which sucks. Like I hate that kind of upgrading, but it's the way
Yeah.
it is. So Monday we put into effect our plan, which worked mostly. We only had small problems. And then we're like, okay, and it took all day. We finally got it up to 8.0.
Congratulations.
Thanks. So Tuesday I wake up, I get to get started on it. And we get right at the point where we're about to do the first upgrade. And Google's cloud platform stops responding to us. Like it's not exactly that's basically an overstatement. all the servers were up, everything was working. However, when we deployed code to support the new database format, the servers have to they have to go through this process where they start up and shut down the old ones. So it does like a swap, right? It's like upgrade all these, get them going, and then shut everything down that's not running. And it hung. All the ones shutting down were just basically like spinning. They have these little spinners, like little graphics, and they would not shut down. And we're like, why are these servers? So we thought it was us. We thought we fucked something up. So we sat there for like a good hour just trying to investigate every little, and like we basically, okay, let's try to deploy. It's called deploying, is what we call it. Deploying code. We tried again, fail, crashed. Like, fuck, what did we do? And then 2 hours of time wasted on this. I go look at the service incidents on Google, and it says, alert, some customers in this specific zone of their systems called US Central 1C may be experiencing
Oh, fuck off.
degradation problems. I'm like,
Oh,
you got to be shitting me.
That is
I'm like,
grievance worthy.
that sucks.
So Tuesday, we basically did nothing, and it just caught us. It just stopped us dead in our tracks. So we had one of the three. We had 3 total Mongo databases. We upgraded one of them, and the second one was just sitting there waiting. Like basically, we had already done like one part of it. Luckily, it didn't crash us. Like it didn't hurt us. But one of the systems was basically in a non-functional state, even though it didn't really matter because we had backups and stuff. Like we were basically running on our backups. So I just had to like go to bed. I mean, I worked on other problems, like I fixed the search engine problem, but it was like it's just so frustrating. Like, oh, you want to get it done, right? Like I had my mindset. Like it's tedious too. It's like it's very tedious work, and it's got to be exactly correct in the right exact orders, and it's very like it's very like precise. And
Sounds terrible.
yeah, well, I woke up this morning and did it all. So I
Nice.
have a silver lining.
Awesome.
I upgraded everything else with no problems, and it was basically flawless. I'm not gonna,
Kick ass,
as
man.
far as I
That's
know.
awesome.
Yeah, but it was like I would say like a full 6 or 7, 8 hour days of just this problem, which is a lot for me. I know
Yeah.
that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is, and it's mind melting. You're like,
Yeah,
'cause
for a single
you gotta
task.
go through all the steps. Like I try to automate as much as I could, but it's like some of the stuff I just couldn't automate. I had to just do it by hand. Anyway, there's my grievance. Minor grievance. Major, minor, right? I had some major problems, but minor. It all came out
Silver
good.
lining. That's good.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a grievance, and I've been kind of saving it.
I think Matt has one too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say mine. It's
He's
not
not
for
doing it,
public.
so.
Not for public consumption.
It'll be after hours.
And after hours.
I'm
grievance.
happy to do it after hours, but
Yay.
I won't be sticking around that long.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Another
So,
time.
did I tell you my most recent parking lot grievance?
No.
The most recent parking record.
Is it a fast foods grievance?
No, it's a picking up my son from school grievance.
Oh no. I don't think we've heard
Oh.
a parking lot grievance in a while.
So at my son's school, you know what? I can do a visual aid here. This will help. Hold on a second. Where is it?
Ugh.
All right. Let's go ahead and pull this up.
Excuse me.
You're fine.
So, Critical Role turns 10 today. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw your
That's
post.
crazy. 10
I
years.
know. I in
Wow.
one of the comments I remember I posted with a friend to a friend's reply or replied to a friend's post or comment saying, "Fuck, I remember when they were on Geek and Sundry and you could actually go on Geek and Sundry and purchase snacks for them that would get delivered during the live stream." So they would be dropping food off and they'd be eating and stuff. I mean, now they don't do that, but it was just like the Wild West of the streaming for them back then. It was so funny.
All right. This is Horizon Middle School.
Oh,
So
look
my-
at that.
Oh, I love it.
Oh
not
yeah,
middle
we're getting the
school.
real tea
Do you,
here.
do you
Let's
remember
go.
do you remember the beginning of Weeds?
Jesus Christ.
Do you remember the beginning of Weeds was
My
like
high school wasn't that big.
anyway,
Yeah, it's a pretty big school. Yeah, I
Sorry.
remember the beginning of Weeds.
Sorry,
Little
Ollie.
houses
Ticky-
on the
ticky-tack-
dark
ticky-tack
side.
house.
Yeah. So I mean, like, check it out. I mean, we got our 2 baseball fields over here. We got our
Two
tennis.
baseball.
So manicured.
Well, those are
12 tennis courts?
those are the baseball fields. This is the
Wow.
softball field over here.
How many
Um,
students?
Jesus Christ.
2 soccer fields.
This is a middle
the-
school, by the way.
Yep, this is the track and
So what's
track.
that? 6, 7, 8?
Yeah. This is obviously the track, and also this is where they play football. They can play football over here too,
Where your
but
fucking tariff money is going.
The aluminum.
All the fences
By
supplied
the
by
way,
the U.S.
I
government.
watched the Canada the press release of Canada today. You got some snappy people on you.
My old boss is the new PM,
Oh yes.
the governor of the Bank of Canada,
Oh,
Nice.
cool.
Mark Carney.
All right. Well, I believe I was telling the story. But anyway.
I am sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Actually, the inside, if I could show you the inside of the school, it is. I mean, this is brand new. It was built like 2 years ago. I mean, it is, and it is a sweet.
That's overkill. 12 tennis courts. What the fuck?
It is a sweet school. It's got a giant. You can sit like 300 people, like theater where they do all their
Where's the
concerts and their
gym?
plays and stuff. There's which one? There's 3 gyms.
Fuck off.
I mean, so all right. So this is like over here. This is like the parking lot. So for the actually they take the 5th and 6th graders here, and then the 7th and 8th graders are. So this is where the 5th and 6th graders get dropped off. Over here, this is where 7th and 8th graders get dropped off. Now, this is where people come in and they have to go around in the circle and then leave. You know, it's like the standard, like, do the circle of death type of thing. And when you get in there, it's super tough to get out and whatever, and it's fine. So what I do when I drop my son off in the morning, I come up this road, Ridgewood Boulevard. I go in here, I come in this way. Can you guys see the pointer? So you see where I'm pointing at?
No.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay, so and I just come in here and I drop him off because this is the door that he goes in right over here. This is the door that he goes into school. And then when I pick him up, I'll drive over there, I'll get to the school maybe like 20 minutes before it opens up because I just, I like, and there's these visitor parking spots. They're right here. They're marked as visitor parking spots. It says visitor parking. And this whole parking lot, this is for like people that work here. It never fills up. There's like dozens of spots over here that are open, and other parents just park over here as well. They hate going into the circle, just like me. It's not fun. If you park over here, you're gonna get in trouble because that's where all the buses park. You can kind of see the bus parking spots are over here. You can kind of see where that's like where
Yep.
they're big and giant and angled, whatever. And that's a big no. You don't park over there. But anyway, basically these 8 are visitor parking, and they're marked as visitor parking. And again, people park up and down everywhere. So I got there about 20, 30 minutes before school started. I pulled in, I parked my car right there, my pickup, and I just kind of was sitting there listening to the radio a little bit. And I was, and I just was kind of dozing, just kind of those things where you just kind of close your eyes and you listen to the sports talk radio. And I was kind of dozing in and out, whatever. And then there's the same like 5 or 6 people that park over there too. Oh, hey, blue pickup. Oh, hey, white car. Oh, it's like, I don't know these people, but you see them. And then all of a sudden this guy, like, I don't really notice it, but all of a sudden, I kind of feel like this car pull into the spot right next to me. And it's a car I'd never seen before. It was like this black SUV thing. And I was like, whatever. And I just kind of went back and I was kind of, I was kind of dozing still. And it was like 3:55. My son gets out of school in 5 minutes. And all of a sudden this guy knocks on my window, knocks on my window. And I was just like, what? So I rolled down my window. I was like, yeah, can I help you? And he's like, yeah, why are you parked here? And I said, oh, I'm picking up my kid. He gets out of school in just a few minutes. He's like, yeah, you're not supposed to park here. And I was like, what? He's like, I said, it's like, it's visitor parking. And he said, yeah, it's for visiting, not picking up kids. And I was just like, and then I said, and I kind of sat up a little bit, and I was just like, and I said, and I went over and I said, there's like a dozen of us that park here every day. Hey, you worry about you, he said. And then I was about ready. I was about ready to give this guy a piece of my mind, and I realized he had a gun, he had the shield, he had like he was a police officer. And I looked over and it was an unmarked police SUV.
Wow.
And I said, I'll move. Yeah, move. And so I pulled out of my spot, and I just and I just slow turn around the entire parking lot and just went to another parking spot and picked it up. But the guy didn't say anything to anybody else that was sitting in their car in their visitor spot. And I was just like,
Worry
why?
about yourself, Lance.
You worry about yourself.
What
he said.
the actual fuck?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, man? I was just like, I wanted to say, but I just was like, I'm not going to get arrested today. I'm not going to get a ticket for parking.
Well, no, like, why did he have to be so rude?
I don't know. It was just, maybe I looked like
What
somebody
happened to
that-
Minnesota Nice?
Yeah. Maybe
Is that a thing?
He just
maybe
got transferred
maybe I looked like
from
somebody that
Wisconsin.
banged his wife or something. I don't know. So
I don't know. That's fucking.
Kabuki Kid, yes, there is an indoor pool at the school as well.
Just one?
No, there's two. Sorry.
Great, Lance. Great.
Yeah. As a 51st state, you can basically get a second pool in your school.
I
too.
fucked around and I found out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was annoyed. I was really annoyed. I was like so mad. And if that had been just some random dude, I would have been like, get the fuck out of here, and rolled up my window. But then I noticed he was a cop, and I was like,
Yeah.
all right, I'll
Did
move.
he flash his badge? Was he wearing it? I guess.
No, but I mean, I kind of, when I sat up and kind of looked over, and then I saw the police license plate thing, and I was just like, all right, I'll shut my mouth. Just thank you for educating me.
Service.
Yeah, thank you for educating me on my my poor choice of parking. I'll do it again tomorrow. So I mean, and
Do
then
they have metal detectors at your son's school?
yeah, they do.
That is sad.
That is sad.
Yeah,
I
I
did.
remember my kid's school too, and he's only up to 6th grade.
So the thing is, I forgot to tell you. And then when I got home, I was stewing about it because I stew on things. And so then the next morning I called the school and I said, hey, what is the official standpoint of picking up your kids if you wait in the parking lot, that's to the south of that entrance number 11? Are you allowed to park in that parking lot to pick up your kids? And they're like, oh yeah, you can park there. I was like, okay, I'm just like, and you're sure? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. It's just like a lot of people do it. And I was like,
sensing a future confrontation.
so I said, okay. I said, well, I want to make sure that's what's your name? And I got the assistant principal's
Fuck you,
name.
that's my name.
I got the assistant principal's name, and I said, all right, thanks. And I told them what happened. They're like, oh, that shouldn't happen. I was like, all right. So yeah, I can hope, right? I can hope that guy said, oh, let's go in and talk to Assistant Don Ludwig and see what he has to say about the situation. My friend, I was telling my friend, I went out, my wife and I went out to eat with another couple of ours that evening, and I was telling him the story, and he said, what you should have said, what you should have said immediately when you knocked on the window, it's just like what he said. Yeah, you knocked on. What are you doing here? Oh, I'm visiting. Thanks for reminding me. I gotta go meet somebody at 4. Just get up and walk in the building, and then go look for my son. I was like, yeah, that probably would have went a bit better, but whatever. Who knows?
Whatever.
Just somebody being a jerk because they wanted to be a jerk.
Yeah, huh?
It
Speaking of being a
happens.
jerk, I got initials.
All right. It's been a
Smooth
while.
segue.
Oh, okay. Let me just before we say that,
Go ahead.
I heard. I found out today that one of the Harry Potter actresses has an OnlyFans page.
Which one?
Oh,
The one that
Yeah.
played Lavender.
yeah, the one that's like Michelle sent me that. The girlfriend of the red hair
Ron.
Ron, where she fell in
And
love with him, like it wasn't like a love potion or something.
yeah, it was. And it's not a sexual one. It's all about hair.
Oh yeah, it's a hair fetish page.
Where she ASMRs her combing her hair and brushing
Good
her
for
hair.
her. Making some money. Wait, and if it was a sexual one, good for her. Whatever. Good for her. Make the money while you can. So I mean, and yeah, cash in, baby, cash in. Someone wants to give you $50 while you comb your hair, then by God, take the cash.
Yeah.
You doing this or what?
Yes, I'm waiting for Matt to finish his
I think
story.
it was
Ooh,
Okay.
one thing. Sorry, one thing.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Shut up.
I believe I was talking.
I believe I was talking. No.
Hold
Are
on, I'm
any
gonna
of
make
you
a coffee.
Oh Jesus! Are any of you watching Invincible weekly when they release new episodes?
No,
Nope.
I'm not up to date on it.
I'm 3 seasons behind.
No, that's tomorrow's episode. If they follow the comic book, and they're doing a really, really good job of following the comic book, tomorrow's episode is going to be epic. It is.
Yeah.
It is a like quintessential turning point episode of Invincible tomorrow.
Oh, speaking of TV shows, is anybody watching Reacher?
I haven't watched the new season. I mean they're entertaining.
If you've read any of the books, I found out the other day that there's actually Lee Child, the author, one of his friends, she's an author, and she writes a series of books called The Search
Reach
for
around.
The Search
sorry.
for Jack, and or something like that, like Finding Jack Reacher, whatever it is called. And it's about these two FBI agents that basically trail Reacher along his adventures, and it's like basically a book about ancillary characters that they're always like just a step behind what Jack's doing. It's kind of neat because like they're like always like coming after he's done something or whatever, and
Yeah.
it's a cool premise for a series.
No, I mean that is. I mean it was like there was that. What
Well,
was
there's that Marvel's the superhero series about all the cleanup crew.
Yeah.
Similar to that.
There was like a Star Wars thing that was told in from the viewpoint of like
Oh, that was a Voyager episode called Lower Decks. Or sorry, it's a Next Generation episode called Lower Decks. Sorry.
yeah. No, from a certain point of view was the name of the book. And it's like and if you're a Star Wars
what
guy,
people are experiencing during the actual Star Wars stories.
yeah. So if you and it's a good book. It's like 40 short stories or something like that of each like like Aunt Beru has has a story. All the like Aunt Beru, and like
Did you
things
say
like
Star
that.
Trek or Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which was the Man with the No Name? What was the first movie in that series?
Wasn't it for a few dollars more?
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe I might be wrong. I don't know.
That sounds right.
But yeah, I could be wrong. Yes, from a certain point of view, features contributions by best-selling authors, trend-setting artists, and treasured voices from the literary history of Star Wars. Each of the 40 short stories reimagines a moment from the original film, but through the eyes of a supporting character. Like, bridges the gap from Rogue One to A New Hope through the eyes of Captain Wedge Antilles. Wedge. But yeah, well worth the read. I would say to anybody, if you're a Star Wars, A Fistful of Dollars is the first one. Sorry,
I
Fistful of
took what you
Dollars.
said to the bank.
That was Kabuki Kid corrected me. She pushed her nose up, eek, and then, oh wow, I didn't know this. I read the certain point of view for Star Wars, but there's one for Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. That's pretty cool. Well, now I'm gonna have to track those down. Damn it. I just cost myself like $40. Hank Green chronicles the life of a naturalist caring for tauntauns on the frozen world of Hoth. Sounds like a boring day.
Oh, I have a grievance.
Go for it.
I ordered some frames for some posters I got, thanks to Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got the poster frames, I don't know what I was smoking that day, but they were 4 inches too short, so I had to return.
Story of your life.
Oh man, Matt. Picking on Matt.
That's okay. I can
Because
take
you
it.
weren't here yet. You weren't
All right.
situated.
I'm ready to roll. Sorry.
Let's
All
do
right.
it.
Are we ready?
Rock and
No.
roll, dude.
Tonight's
Rock on.
initials are S as in Samantha and F as in forget about it.
Forget about it.
Oh man, these are weird.
I have 15 items. We'll start with item number 1. Traces exist as far back as antiquity, but rose to fame in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Clue number 2. Part of the opening number of a 1975 musical.
Or an opening number.
What were the letters again?
S F.
SF. Sci-fi.
Stupid fucker.
Clue number 3. Associated with politics, time, and a sense of wonder.
Force?
Forrest?
San Francisco.
Oh, thank you. That was my guess. That was
Dang
my
it.
guess. I almost... Okay.
Clue number
What an
4.
idiot.
Clue number 4. Often abbreviated to 5 letters.
Matt,
Matt?
science fiction.
Science fiction is correct.
Oh.
Dang it. I just said
The
sci-fi.
opening song
of
to
course.
Rocky Horror Picture Show is science fiction double feature.
Nobody cares.
Okay. Item number 2. Clue number 1. Has ties to item number 1. Clue number 2. One iteration was described as a workplace comedy. Clue number 3. There have been 3 of them in the world, but now only 2 exist in the US and China. Clue number 4. It's a branch, number 6 in the US.
Matt,
Matt?
special forces.
Clue number 5. Formed during Donald Trump's first term
Aldi.
and
Force. Dang it.
for Aldi
Base Force.
Space Force
Damn it.
Yeah.
and
Damn
partially
it.
guttered in his second. All right, here we go. Item number 3. Probably has existed forever, but first identified in 1918. Clue number 2. The second word technically starts with an I. Clue number 3. Often identified by 2 letters and 2 numbers. Clue number 4. It may be why the second little piggy stayed home. Clue number 5. Responsible for almost 3,500 deaths in 2009.
Matt,
Matt?
this is wrong, but smoke inhalation.
That's
That's an I.
F.
An
I'm thinking
I.
because
F.
Oh yeah, it does start with an I, so theoretically.
damn it.
Okay, final clue. Animal term given to the H1N1 virus.
Force.
Oh.
Forest.
Swine flu.
Timer,
Swine flu.
wait,
Yes.
Forrest was ahead of you.
a replay.
No, Forest was ahead of you.
Sounding on time for me. No, too late, I guess.
All right.
But I would like a tape a recall.
Forest
You
has
could
one.
turn
Scott has
back
one.
time.
Matt has one. Lance, your mic's on?
No.
Okay.
Oh, burn.
Item number
I'm
4.
registering a protest.
The King of Toledo. Clue number 2. Associated with karate. Clue number 3. Population is around 24,000. Clue number 4. Not only is it part of the valley, it's its namesake.
Matt,
Matt?
San Fernando.
San Fernando.
Yeah, nice.
Rolling along.
Kabuki says Forrest was first.
Yes.
Great.
Item number 5. Clue number 1. Popularly used in the US, Canada, India, Singapore, and Hong Kong. Clue number 2. It's imperial.
Lance,
Lance.
square foot.
Square foot is correct.
Nice
I would
one.
have accepted square feet also. Often used to determine value, contains a gross of inches.
Gonna cross that one off my list.
That was on your list?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's on Hall and Oates list.
I need to do a little check
Your
here.
kiss, baby.
That's what's on.
Oh, I'm gonna have to make up the one. I missed one of my things on here. I'll get it. Don't worry. Here we go. Item number 6 hit the Billboard Top 100 in August of 1967. Clue number 2 had something extra in 1973 and extra personalities in 1976. Clue number 3 was a frog in 1977.
Frog.
Clue number 4 has been a union leader, a nun, and a stand-up comedian.
Matt,
Lance.
Matt, I believe
I think
you
you gotta go. You gotta go to the tape on
gotta
that.
check that. I heard Matt first.
That's a taper.
Forrest.
No, I heard Matt first. But
No,
you
go
can
to the
check.
tape.
No, check
You
the
can
tape.
check.
I think I got in there.
Check the adjudicator.
Oh no. I still have no clue what it is.
Don't you
What
take
was the
this
last
from
clue?
me.
What was the last
Just
one?
don't you repeat it.
What was the
Aaron
last
Rodgers got cut.
You'll look good in purple.
Kabuki, what do you think?
He would
We're
look
waiting.
Tick tock.
You gotta watch because we can't look at her answer because people can't give answers. So Anthony, you gotta wait. You gotta tell us.
Well, hold on a minute. Then.
No,
I
she
gotta
just
get-
replied.
Said Forrest. She did
Hold
not.
on. Hold
Wait a minute, how
on.
would you know she replied, Matthew? Unless you.
I'm not looking at the comments when we're
Matt
playing.
was first. He said
Oh, of
Matt was
course
first.
He's got
not.
his hand right here. I can't see it.
I'm gonna put this under.
All right, Matt was first.
This
No
game is under
wonder Matt
review.
wins. No wonder
Game is
Matt
under
wins.
review.
He has the entire peanut gallery to help him with
Matt.
his answers.
Matt, your
Sally
answer?
Field.
Sally Field is
Oh,
correct.
Oh yeah, of course.
what a
I
what
knew
a
it was Sally
cheat.
Fields when you said none. I was like, I just
As
couldn't
soon
do
as you said none and then comedian, I'm like, oh, punchline. There you go.
What a cheat.
Fuck off.
All right, here we go. Next item.
Sit and twist, buddy.
We go. 4 times what is needed is generated every day. Clue number 2. Noted in 400 BC, it was forgotten until about the mid 18th century. Clue number 3. Associated with circulation, though
Lance,
Lance,
spinal fluid.
spinal fluid is correct,
Nice.
though it never goes full circle.
I wouldn't have got that.
Nope.
Serves
Not in a
serves
million
5
years.
purposes, including buoyancy, regulation, and protection. And yes, it was associated with a fictional band from 1984 cult classic.
Isn't there a sequel of that coming out? I just saw.
Spinal fluid.
No, Spinal Tap.
That's how you test for it.
Oh,
You do
okay.
a spinal tap test level of fluid.
Are all the people still alive?
No clue.
Spinal tap people?
Yeah.
Yeah, all 3 of them are.
Yeah. And they all played their instruments. I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Didn't they really release a song too?
So-
yeah. They really released albums.
They went on tour too.
Here's your little bit of trivia. Back when Lenny and Squiggy and Laverne and Shirley released the Leonard and the Squigtones album, Michael McKean was Lenny, but the other 2 guys who played backup in the band are Harry Shearer and
Oh, you're kidding.
Yep. That's how
Leonard
they
and
first
Squigtones.
met and started playing together.
That's fantastic.
There we go. Item number 8. Clue number 1.
SF,
Title
by
of
the way.
songs
Evan.
by
Yeah,
Korean-
Evan, it's Sierra Foxtrot.
Got it.
Hey, Evan. All right, here's
Yep.
clue number 1. Title of songs by Korean girl group Tiara, Diana Ross, and the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
Oh.
Clue number 2. Often related to fat and carcinogens.
Evan.
Evan.
Sausage Factory.
That was a good guess, though.
Good one, though.
Like it.
Associated with the colors yellow, green, pink, and light blue. Clue number 4. Popularly related to diets for years, but nutritionists
Lance.
often Lance,
Sugar free?
sugar-free.
Nice.
How is it related to those colors?
They're the colors that each of the different ingredients that replace sugar. They have to have that color. So if it's made from saccharin, it has to be pink packaging.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Fascinating.
That's
Stevia-
why you
stevia
go to
is
the
green,
store, like,
by the
I
way.
want the pink stuff. So it's either Sweet and Low, which is the name brand, or the generic, but it has to be in a pink package so you know what the.
Did you have green in that list?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay. I didn't see
Yes. Green was the second one. Yeah, it was yellow, green, pink, light blue.
I'd be crushing right now if we had played fairly.
It's right now. It's 3 for Lance, 3 for Matt, 1 for Forrest, 1 for Alden. Here we
Sounds
go.
like Evan sucks.
Next item. Clue number 1. Associated with the number 3.
Like the third thing, or like
The
Matt.
number 3.
Oh no, never mind, not me.
Clue number 2. Normally between 78 and 81 inches.
Yay.
You're 7 inches.
Yeah.
Clue number 3. Associated with a doctor, a king, and a bird.
Lance,
Lance.
small forward.
Small forward is correct.
Oh, I would.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gosh.
There are
oh,
fif-
Larry
there are fif-
Bird.
there are
Bernard
15
King.
There are 15 in the Hall of Fame, 12 men and 3 women.
I would have only
Write their
said starting
name or
forward.
average height for their sport. All right, here we go. Lance, back on top. Here we go. Clue number 1. Often used as the beginning and ending of a 4-word descriptive expression.
What?
Yeah.
Should I repeat that?
Yeah, that was all over the place.
Often used as the beginning and ending of a 4-word descriptive expression. Clue number 2. Title of a 1976 comedic play starring George C. Scott,
Ooh.
revived in 2004 starring Richard Dreyfuss.
Oh. Yeah, I go to a lot of plays with Richard Dreyfuss in them.
Clue number 3. Nick Wilde is one.
I don't know who Nick Wilde
Who's
is.
that?
Yeah.
Clue number 4. Robin Hood is one, according to Disney.
Ooh.
Matt,
Matt?
Silver Fox.
Oh, what a dumb answer. Oh,
Clue
God.
number
In
5.
Disney, he was a fox, was he not?
Clue
I love it.
number 5. In Spanish, they are known as Zorro Astuto.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Sword fighter.
Here we go. Final clue. Animal-related term used to describe someone who is cunning or sneaky.
Evan.
Lance.
Evan.
Sly Fox.
Oh,
Sly
yeah.
Fox is correct.
How is Sly Fox
pretty close,
before Sly Fox and four
Sly
words?
as a fox. 4-word expressive.
I thought it was like the two words were at the beginning and the end of 4
I thought
words.
so.
Sly as a fox. 4
Okay,
words.
read
at the
your
beginning and end.
just Anthony, read your clue again, and I'll explain to you.
Okay, ready? Often used as the beginning and ending of a 4-word.
Yeah, that is
descriptive
confusing.
That's
You think-
exactly what it is, Lance.
No, it's
English.
confusing.
Learn it.
And there he goes. The other guy who's
I got it.
actually doing well. in
Learn
this
it.
game
I knew it.
agrees.
I knew
Know it. Live it.
I have a grievance.
Okay, here we go. I think we're up to 11. Here we go. Clue number 1. 1 in 50 has 2 different sides. Clue number 2. 1 in 50 is not a parallelogram. Clue number 3. 20 have no words. Clue number 4. The newest one is from May 11th, 2024. Clue number 5. Often associated with where they are on the polls. Is Evan frozen or he's just smiling ridiculously? Final clue. One flies over the Capitol and every government facility in New
Aldi.
York. Aldi.
State flag.
State flag is correct.
Mm-hmm.
That newest state flag, Lance, is in your state.
Yeah, no, I know that. It's a banger. I love it.
And Oregon state flag is two-sided.
I don't feel so bad about not getting that one.
And Ohio state flag is technically a triangle. Here we go. Clue number 1. Associated with Norman Fell. Clue number 2. Visited San Dimas in 1989. Matt.
San Francisco?
Could I have the rest of that clue, please?
Visited San Dimas in 1989.
I should know this.
Oh, that sounds like a movie.
Clue number 3. Associated with slips.
Slips?
Slips. Clue number 4. Middle name is Shlomo.
I mean,
Lance. Sigmund Freud.
Sigmund Freud is correct.
Yeah.
Oh, he was one of the guys they captured.
Bill and Ted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bill and
Norman
Ted, yeah.
Fell
How
played
was
him
That's what
on
it was.
Roper.
Bill and Ted.
It was Bill and Ted, but it was just like who?
I
How
was
is
going
Mi-
through the list.
How is Mr. Roper associated with that?
Norman Fell played him on Bewitched.
So I was sitting there and I was like, I thought I have Sigmund Freud written down, and I was sitting there and I was like, I thought-
Dimas high school football rules.
yeah. But no, I was sitting there and I was like, but then I was like, Genghis Khan, Napoleon.
Yeah,
I was
we all had
Fruit
that.
dude.
See, I thought I had San Francisco because Norman Fell, Three's Company. And I'm like,
Three's
oh,
Company too.
but they weren't in San Francisco, were they? They were in like Santa
No.
Barbara or something.
All right, here we go. 3 to go. The one I'm going to do on the fly because I didn't write clues down. All right, here we go. Originated in 1961, but its association dates back to 1870. Clue number 2. Spain, France, and Mexico contribute to half of their identity.
Spain, who in Mexico?
Spain, France, and Mexico. Clue number 3. In 2024, merged with their rival in an $8 billion deal.
Which one? 2024.
2024. Clue number 4. Choreographer Danny Thiessen was their mascot from 2004 to 2010 and reappeared for ads in 2024 to promote a yearly event.
I'm completely lost.
Clue number 5. Former Washington Redskins owner Dan Snyder and ESPN executive Mark Shapiro were the top 2 board members when the company stock tanked so bad they had to file for Chapter 11 protection. That was a great adventure. Final clue. The short collective name for a group of amusement parks around the United States.
Lance.
I believe it was Lance.
Six Flags.
Six Flags is correct. So Six Flags is named for the 6 countries that govern Texas, where Six Flags started.
Oh
Wow. I wish I didn't know that.
So it's Spain,
And
France,
that is the last one I wrote down was Six
Spain,
Flags.
France, Mexico, the United States, the Confederate States of
You had that
America.
written down too? Man, you're on fire.
The one in Denver.
Well,
super
I
fun,
mean,
though.
but there was no hint that it was a place until like the last clue. The last clue was the gimme. But yeah.
So the company started in 61, but their oldest park was actually built in 1870.
Yeah.
And here we go. Clue number 1.
Enjoy our-
Associated with the
Sorry, go ahead.
Temptations.
Ooh.
Associated with the Temptations. Can't help myself.
Clue number 2. Ranked 153 of 500 all time in 2021. Clue number 3. Associated with the Black Eyed Peas and Jay-Z.
Forrest, where are you on this one?
Number 4. Associated with Weird Al Yankovic and MC Hammer. Clue number 5. As a rule of thumb, you don't take her home to mother.
Evan rang in.
Evan, did you ring in?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Super Freak.
Super Freak is correct.
I had that 3 clues ago, but I didn't think that was it.
Super
for you,
Freak.
Yeah, the
Super
Temptations sing backup on that
Wasn't-
song.
Wasn't Super Freak one
What's
word
it? Rick James, isn't it?
Rick James, yep.
Yeah.
Title of Rick
One-
James' most iconic song.
Is Super Freak one word?
2 words.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
She's super freaky. Meow.
Okay, here's the one I didn't write clues for, but I'm going to do it because I remember what I wanted to say.
Oh, this will be fun.
Associated with taxes.
Evan.
Evan.
Short form.
Short form is correct.
Hey, you didn't have to make
The
much.
second clue was associated with animation and documentaries.
Wow. Evan comes in late and beats Aldi and Forrest. You guys should be ashamed.
No, Evan tied Aldi.
Aldi has 2.
No, Evan has 3 now.
I'm
Oh, Evan
ashamed.
has 3 now?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Hmm. I
sorry about
I
that.
feel like
Evan.
when you guys play for each other. You write clues for each other. You're on the same wavelength somehow.
Me and Andy.
Who?
Just are. No, Anthony and Lance.
Oh
No.
Yes, you are.
I try to make it educational.
Okay.
As do I.
So
If Lance wrote down 4 of the 5 of the 15 clues, that means you're on the same wavelength.
yeah,
Pretty high.
Anyway, whatever. I'm not going to complain. I'll take my
Evan.
beat.
Evan,
I
I
won't be here
called.
next week, so
I called the hotel and they finally found my thing.
Oh, good, good.
And the lady took my name and address and she's like, okay, I'll ship it out. I'm like, do you not want like proof of who I am?
Nope, it's fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
What did you lose?
I forgot my shaving kit in the hotel room.
Oh, I mean, come on.
It had my night guard and my wedding ring in it.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm sure if you said I left my
A
shaving
wedding ring.
ring and there's my knife guard and my wedding ring, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's making this shit up."
yeah. Like, how
This
do you
can't
make
be the
that
same
up?
night guard and wedding ring we found in the shaving kit.
I don't know, maybe. Because like my night guard's like $500. I'm like, I'm not paying for that again.
Dude, when did
What
you
about the
realize
wedding
your
ring? It's
was in
priceless.
there?
Come on.
It is. What's that?
When did you realize the wedding ring was in there?
When I was at Christina's place
Why are you
having
taking off
dinner
your
with-
wedding ring?
with her and
He was going to
Michael, I'm like,
Christina's place.
Yeah, why are you taking off your wedding ring? You're
I
at
don't
Christina's
know. We
place.
stopped at Christina and Michael's place for dinner.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Oh, Aldi, I need to get their,
Say
their
no more.
contact info from you now that they're not on Facebook anymore.
Oh, right.
What?
Christina left Facebook because she got hacked.
Sutherland.
Oh yeah. What do you need?
So I need just their contact info.
Okay.
Say no
Anyways.
more, no more.
I gotta get up early in the morning, so I'm gonna say adieu
Adieu. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Adieu to you and you and you and you.
Thank
Great,
Matt.
man.
great clues, Anthony.
Yep, it was good.
Those were good.
Yeah,
I will-
another big time win.
I will, before I go, I will type out what my grievance was in the chat.
Awesome.
Oh, perfect.
Let me turn the chat on so I can see
we
it.
can do screen prints and shares. And
There you go. You can do that. Go ahead.
I have a grievance, but I can't give full details, but I'll just give the summary of it.
Because he's
So there's
on
a
air
game.
right now.
There's a game that is out or coming out. I don't know quite sure that I really want, but I refuse to give money to the company that's making it.
Oh, can I guess what the game? I bet I know what it is. I'll put it in the chat. I bet you I know.
But I don't know if you're gonna get it. But
Is it
so
Champions of Midgard 10th
it's
edition?
on
10th
it's
version?
on my
Champion
list
Midgard?
of
You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth.
no. I would give them money. No, it's just that it's a game that I have to hope that someone buys it and doesn't like it and then sells it. This way I can get it, play it, and not directly give money to that.
I want to see that. Yeah.
No, it's not, Lance.
That was my guess.
Oh, you don't like those guys, huh?
Is it a stripper game?
No, it's not the stripper game. And I'm actually playing that tomorrow, Lance.
Really? Oh, that's funny.
The Night Shift, I think it's called.
That's right. Ooh, I could see it being. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good guess.
Nope.
Ah.
Oh.
Nope. You guys keep guessing in the chat. I don't want to say who it is because
Well, say it in the chat then. Type it in the chat.
I'm sure somebody is friends with the
Yeah,
people
totally.
No, just put it in the chat. Just put it in the chat.
No.
Then we
Why
can all
not?
knowingly
I mean,
go,
you're worse than I know something you guys know, but I can't tell you. That's the worst.
It's all the time we do this.
Just put it in the chat. We don't care.
Okay.
Why are you
Oh,
such
I
a
care.
fucking tease, Anthony?
Yeah, Jesus. Give me spun up in a twist over
Hey,
here.
Forrest, how come your computer's not following you? Your camera's not following.
I made him
Scott said
turn
it
it
was
off.
messing with him.
I
Yeah.
made him turn it off because it's so disorienting.
It really is. It's so like you're like,
Well,
whoa.
I don't
so
even
annoying.
notice. I don't even look at that stuff. I mean, you guys are just entranced by
It's just this weird
Forest Basement or
wavy
what?
motion back and forth all night.
It is.
There, it's in the chat.
Ah, okay.
Ah,
Okay,
okay. I mean,
okay.
what
Hey,
do you-
that's the only board game company that has blocked me on Twitter before they got rid of it. I don't know why, but they just did. Just randomly one day, I was like, "Oh shit, they blocked me." So
And that's why I won't give them money.
boom.
Because
They block Forest. No, that's not why.
Yeah, I heard some stuff about that company, but I can't say that I have any.
I've heard lots of
firsthand
stuff about that company.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
Okay.
public stuff about that company.
I can't trash talk because I don't actually know anything. But
I mean, okay. I mean, this is. I want to stop talking about it because when we're all like kind of vague. Well, why can't you talk about them? I mean, we'll talk about it after we get done.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
it's so lame to be like, oh, let's talk about this thing that we can't say the name of. You know?
that's true.
Should we do the top 100 thing?
Yes.
Top
Yes, we
100
should.
games.
The top 100 nice segues.
Is this the one we have to keep rattling off till we miss?
No. We go through the top 100 on BGG and we say if it's overranked or underranked or
Oh, okay.
underrated or
Oh.
overrated. If we think it's, you don't want to do that?
Hold on. We're going to get in some shit.
How about you do the top 100 most popular or something? Then we could go because like the top 100. That's Yeah.
What's the top 100 most popular?
That's a
I
good
could see it
question.
being pretty hoity-toity in the 50 to this. Yeah.
Well, we just have to say
So
overrated or underrated or if it's in the right spot. Or if you played it. I don't know. It was something
Okay,
that we've
okay.
done these 100 lists many times and it's always
can
been
I have something that's kind of like what Anthony's talking about.
Well, what's your I don't know what Anthony's talking about.
Where you,
So-
where you give a topic and you have them name like the top grossing movies of all time.
No. I'll talk. Okay, I gotta. Never mind.
Like a
I'll.
quiz?
We can do after. We can do after hours.
We'll
when we
we'll
get there.
revisit.
We'll revisit. We'll
But
revisit.
here's the thing. Here's the thing about the
Here's the
top
thing.
100. I haven't done it with you guys before, so I'm just going to preface this. There is a should it be there, or is it a can you see why it's there thing?
Yeah.
Does it deserve its ranking kind of thing?
Okay.
What was the question?
Does it deserve it? Okay, that's again. I'm already in the top 20.
I guess
and
you
got
could say what you
three
would
that
rather
don't
see in the
deserve
top
it.
100 versus that. I don't know. I was just trying to come up with something to do.
Yeah, I got three,
I'll do
at
it.
least three that don't deserve it.
At least.
All right, what's number one? We starting at 100. We're going to one. What we doing? How we doing the order?
I was gonna Lance do whatever he wants.
Hold
I would
on.
go from 100 to 1.
My kid
I
is
I
out.
have
And
to say that as opposed to 10 years ago, things like production have greatly influenced the
Probably.
Yep.
You're
Oh,
probably
yeah.
right.
the ranking.
I mean, we have like millions more users now than we did. 20 years ago.
Superficial stuff.
We're on the cusp of 4 million. 3.987.
Wow.
That's the breakdown.
Nice.
don't hurt yourself. All right, let me pull up. What is this name of this third party Hackney GeoCity site again?
It's called BGG.
It's actually bgg.com.
Wow, yeah.
Actually, I wish I had bgg.com. Those guys will never sell that website. It's
Is
still
there anything?
it's got like a yeah, it's basically just like a logo.
Can you get bgg.game?
I mean, here's the thing. The name of their company is BGC. Bernadetto Garland and Company. Benedetto Gartland and Company is the name of that owns the BGG domain.
Benedetto.
Why do they want it?
They've had it forever. They had it before 2000.
You reached out to them though,
but they're
Like,
not
what?
doing anything with it.
I've never reached out to them, but I'm not. Here's the
Oh.
thing, I don't want to pay for that. I really don't. Like I suspect they want more than what I want to pay.
Just
Madison
because 3 letters.
They're in Madison Avenue, New York. That's where they are. Like, I don't think that's,
Hey, maybe they're board game. Maybe somebody's a board gamer. Maybe the person that makes that decision is a fucking board gamer. You don't know. 4 million of them.
sure.
Just saying, doesn't hurt to
Yeah.
check.
I mean, that's ridiculous. It's nothing.
I know. It's just a blank screen, and it's always been that way. It actually was even more. It had like a little bit of text on it in the old version. Now it's it's just a
The
logo.
good old days.
Them's the good old days.
You could go bring it up in Wayback Machine.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Hold on. I'll read
Use your
this.
time.
Hold on, I gotta read Matt's thing. Hold on. All right. I have really bad fungus on my toes, and I.
That's a whole other grievance, Lance.
Did your butt clench for a moment when you thought I was reading it out loud?
All I have to say though is about the initials game is Matt and Lance did a great job, despite the fact that Forrest was trying to distract you by playing with his feet.
Mm.
If you noticed, I
interesting.
kept my eyes closed for most of the game to assuage Lance's concerns about me cheating.
Well, don't cheat then. It won't be a problem.
That is a solid point.
I didn't, and I wouldn't, and I would never. Yeah.
Oh, that really sucks, Matt. I'm reading this and I'm already like, I'm feeling like and again, I apologize to everybody that I'm reading this, but I have to just being in the industry and knowing what Matt does. Matt, actually, I have to say something. Shane said that like, he basically goes, as we're trying to get this stuff done, he's like, he actually told me, Lance, at some point you got to set up a meeting with me and Matt so I can just have him do all our shit going forward because I'm so tired of like dealing with what he's dealing with. So We might be working together in the future.
All
maybe.
right.
Ooh, that's crappy.
No,
Yeah,
I mean it's
because-
just like just trying to like get good graphic design, get good work.
No, I read Matt's thing. That's what I was saying. That's
You know,
crappy.
Yeah, I sure that.
The thing that really takes the wind out of my sails, and I also am sorry, audience, for being very vague here. I just to protect the people that are involved, I don't want to say it, but it just the thing that takes the wind out of my sails is that even after talking to this person for 45 minutes, they couldn't appreciate where I was coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super frustrating dealing with anybody.
And that brings concerns about if I do want to work with them, if I want to continue working with them, because if they can't see this particular ethical thing, what does that say?
Well, here's my opinion on that is that they didn't do it, they brought it to you.
Yeah,
You know,
they brought it to me, but
right, which to me says like they at least wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like they didn't do something behind your back.
no, they didn't. And
Yeah.
but the thing is, I basically told them, well, you can do A or B. You can't do A and B.
Right.
And they were like very upset by that.
Yeah.
How dare you give me an ultimatum? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but in the end, it's a moot point. It's a moot point. It's a cow's opinion. Doesn't matter.
A moot point.
It's a mute point.
No, yeah, that's really frustrating.
All right, before we dive into this rated correctly, not rated correctly, blah blah blah, I have to go. I know this is going to take a while, so I'm going to go grab a soda and grab and use the facilities upstairs. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
All right, so we're going by the average rating, right? So Behind the Eight Ball from 1969 is rated at 10. So
Now
that's
we're
the
going
best game.
by board game rank. Brass Birmingham's number one.
Behind the Eight Ball? What's that?
How many of the top 10 have I played?
I don't know. Pull it down by a touch so I can see number 9.
Lance has the control of it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll just go on my own, but
Number 9 is Rebellion, and I don't know what number 10 is. But Rebellion is crazy high.
I've played all 10.
Got 5 out of 8.
10 is
so far.
Spirit Island.
okay. So I have played
5 out of 10.
I played 9
1,
of 10.
2. Is Dune Imperium the new one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 3. I played 3 of the 10.
Which 3? Let me guess.
Legacy Season 1,
Okay.
Gloomhaven, and Legacy Season 1. We only did 3 sessions of it. Gloomhaven, I only played it once, and Dune Imperium, I only played it once.
Call yourself a board gamer?
No, I call myself a person who enjoys playing board games
I'm
and
kidding.
chose to work in the industry.
I'm giving you shit.
I know you are.
That was a mistake. Yeah, I've got.
Can you guys guess which game I have not played of the top 10?
You have
one of the
not
top 10 I have not
played.
played.
Terraforming Mars.
No.
What was the question?
Twilight Imperium.
I've played one of. I've not played one of the top 10. Which one?
Twilight
have I
Imperium.
Not played. No, I have played Twilight Imperium.
Oh, you have not played Star Wars Rebellion.
I have played Star Wars Rebellion.
Ark Nova?
I have played
Brass Birmingham.
Brass Birmingham. I have not played.
The number one game
you've
never played.
The number one game. Yeah, believe me. I keep talking about it, and I'm like,
you're not a big Euro
I need
player.
to play it.
You played the first Brass, right? The original?
I never played any of the brasses.
Oh, okay.
Isn't Birmingham based on the first one?
Yeah.
They both are. Lancashire is whatever it is.
Yeah.
Lancashire.
I think Brass Birmingham is based on
Lancashire is more like the original.
Oh, it
Have you
is.
ever
Okay.
played the dice
Birmingham's a
version?
little
It's called
more.
Brass Knuckles.
I thought it was backwards to that, but maybe
I'm pretty sure it's the other way around.
So
Same
Birmingham's
idea,
the more
both
newer
of them.
version.
Hold on.
My eyes so sleepy.
I mean, I think Brass Birmingham is the original.
Is
Because
it? No,
that-
I think
I mean, there's 980 photos for this game.
I think Lancashire was first, wasn't it?
Let me go to
No, I think it's Lancashire is the
I thought
original design.
I
Lancashire.
played
like a
both, but
couple-
I don't remember.
A couple
Yeah,
years
no,
before.
Lancashire is the original design.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's a lot smaller. It's a lot more
Yeah.
compact. Well, it was just called Brass, but technically,
Yeah.
Yeah, Brass Lancashire is 2007.
Oh, way earlier. Okay.
yeah, Birmingham
Well,
is the same concept, but just a bigger scope of it.
A bigger thing.
With
It's like 3 times the size of the map and everything.
yeah,
More areas and
yeah, and that's with Matt.
What's your
Tolman.
favorite of the top 10?
my favorite, or what I think the best game is. That's two separate things.
Both.
I want to hear both. Yeah.
I mean, favorite and best.
Oh, hold on, I gotta switch screens so I can see what the top.
And I've played 4 of the top 20. 5.
You got some
There
work to
you
do,
go.
Matt.
There you go.
What's that?
You got some work to do.
I know. Coming to BGG-Con, we can make some dents on that list.
Oh,
All right,
I'm
it's
so
it's
bummed I didn't.
it's Brest Birmingham
That's your favorite?
of the top 10.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Brest Birmingham, then probably Terraforming Mars, and then Ark Nova.
Okay.
My favorite of the top 10 is Gloomhaven.
See, when it came to Gloomhaven, I figured I just want to play D&D.
I'm the same.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't, I mean, I don't play D&D, right? So-
Fair enough. That's fair.
but I'm sure
All right.
I'd have.
So
different-
hey,
if I had a regular
you said
group, I would-
D&D, Matt. My Western Marches campaign's going well. My son and my son's group and the Grognards group playing
Yeah.
both the same world, and they do
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
right next to each other.
That's great.
My son's group plays on Friday. The Grognards play on Saturday, baby. So
That's fantastic.
yeah, I know we're having a lot of fun. So
Awesome.
Have any of you guys played Star Wars Rebellion?
I
I
have.
don't think so.
It's
So-
amazing.
are we starting this or are you
No, we're
doing
just
it
shitting the
without
shit
me?
about games.
Chat.
Good night, folks.
Good night, Matthew.
Bye, Matt.
Bye, Matt.
Bye.
The drink of choice for this will be Cherry Coke Zero. A very good
Brought to you by-
tasting, very refreshing, 0-calorie soda with all kinds of caffeine.
What's the sugar in that one? Is that NutraSweet?
You can tell because of the color.
Doesn't translate to the cans. I switched over to to stevia.
Did you?
Yeah.
Just saying. Just side note.
Yep.
I don't know. Where does it list it?
It doesn't matter.
Aspartame. Aspartame.
There you
Which
go.
one is that?
That's the
Is
one
that this
that
pink
has-
one?
That's the blue one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the. Oh, so it's NutraSweet.
I don't know. It's aspartame. I don't know.
That's equal.
Equal.
All right. Here we go. Number 1, Brass Birmingham.
Oh,
yeah.
we're going. Should we go reverse order for the rankings or whatever? It doesn't matter.
No,
You do it.
I would say I don't know if Brass
But
Birmingham.
we usually go
is-
from 100 to 1.
Oh.
Am I being so annoying?
We'll just start at 1 and
Do it the
scroll
way you
down.
want to do it.
All right. Number 1, Brass Birmingham.
Great game.
I have
mean,
never
it's-
played it,
Really?
so I do not agree that it's number 1. But I mean, I don't know why. I've just never got around to playing
Well,
it.
have you ever played Brass?
I've never got
Wow.
around to playing it. It never got picked up in my group, and we never decided to play it. And
I mean, the game's good. I
I'll
don't know
play
if it deserves to be the number 1 game in the world, but
I think so. I think it's great though.
what
I
are
think
the?
a lot of it has
So
to
that
do
has
with production.
50,000 votes.
It's really good.
it's a good game. Yeah, it's really good.
It's definitely like top 25 games of all time.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about it. Oh, sorry, Lance, to jump in here, but so the fact that the original Brass came out when it came out.
I think it was 2007.
No, I think the original Brass came out even before then. Maybe.
Sure? Hold on.
I don't know. Okay, let's say that's it. So 18 years ago. The fact that it's
2007.
still a good game Like what they added to the Birmingham edition of it is just more of the same. It didn't like reinvent the wheel with it. And the fact that it still plays like a game that you want to play.
That's still modern and fresh and
Yes.
good. And not
Like, it says a lot for it.
Yeah, interesting. I'll try to maybe I'll play it this weekend.
All right. And you'll notice I still own that.
You do? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
Pandemic Legacy
I
Season
didn't see
1.
you didn't rate it though.
I don't rate anything.
Okay.
I
love Pandemic Legacy Season
I
1.
haven't played it. I want to, but
in my
greatest
personal
week of gaming I've ever had.
Oh wow.
One of the greatest.
I'm right here. Jesus. My personal feeling is that a legacy game should never be rated that high because you have a finite number of plays.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. Do I have
really
enough time to
fucking
play? Do I have enough time to play Brass Birmingham 100 times? No, I
Have you
don't.
played Brass Birmingham more than 50 times?
But I have the ability to play it.
I understand that.
Whereas with Pandemic Legacy, it's
more than
like,
50
and you're
times?
done. You
No, it's
can't
not
play
even
this
that.
anymore.
But it's like watching a great movie.
I
You're
don't know,
done.
man.
Right,
I got through it, and I was like, towards the end, I was like, can we just get it done
Scott.
with?
Oh, you were just
Scott.
pushing the end of it. You didn't care.
Scott.
Yeah.
Let's go back to like Brass Birmingham. So say you played it, would it say 16 times, like the same number of sessions you'd have playing Pandemic Legacy?
It's 12, but yeah. Okay.
Well,
I mean,
it's
assuming you're
12
perfect.
fails. I'm giving you 4 fails.
Yeah.
All right. So 16 times. You played 16 times with the same people that you already like. So going into it, you're experiencing something with a group that you're going to stick it out with and go on.
Sure.
As opposed to if you played Pandemic Legacy and each time you had to play with somebody else,
Different.
would it be the same experience?
Probably not.
But that's the
This
thing.
is a shared experience, right?
I think part of the Pandemic Legacy thing is
it makes people play 12 games together.
The innovation of it was kind of a big deal, but the fact that the experience it creates is what makes Pandemic Legacy what it is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which isn't the game, right? I mean, I don't know.
I
think it's completely
overrated. It
overrated.
just did a lot of cool things. I mean, you played it all.
Overrated.
Okay, fine, overrated. I actually do kind of think it's overrated, honestly, too. At number 2, I would put Arc Nova above it.
It is mediocre at 2 players.
Yeah, probably so. But isn't Pandemic is mediocre at 2 players? I think.
I don't think so. I enjoyed 2 players perfectly fine, but the overall campaign, I played with my wife 2 players, and I was like, man, this would have been way better if we would have had a 3rd or 4th player.
Probably so, because you just get more variety in the game. I think you don't play 2 characters each in Pandemic Legacy.
I don't. No, we don't.
I mean, it wasn't part of the rules.
No.
Okay.
So let me say this as a precursor to the rest of this thing. There is going to be so many of these that I'm going to be shitty about because I'm just.
Yeah, you don't like games.
I don't like games.
Yeah.
So.
You knew that.
So moving on to Arc Nova. Overrated.
No, it is so good.
Oh my God.
It is not. It is great. It is so good.
No.
Overrated.
Love Arc Nova. Only played it once, but loved it. Can't wait to play again.
I like Arc Nova. This game is overrated at 3.
I agree with that.
What's better than Arc Nova?
I wouldn't
There's
go
a lot
3,
of stuff
but...
better than Arc Nova.
Okay, well then you have to give me some names. When we
we're
get to
One
the
of
names,
Clock Tower is better than Arc
names,
Nova.
will you say what's better than Arc Nova?
Yes.
Le Havre is better than Arc Nova.
No, it is not.
I think
No, Le Havre is
sorry.
not better than Arc Nova.
No.
When we get to other games, we can say whether we think those games are
Feast
better.
for Odin
Arc Nova
is
in
better
mind
than
and
Arc
be
Nova.
Wait, what?
I mean,
Odin.
and like Brass, like and
Averna.
I'm talking. I mean, I played Brass Birmingham, I think twice. I played the original Brass many times, and I love the original Brass.
Orleans. Better.
Orleans. There you go. Yeah.
Especially if we're factoring Blue Box. If we're taking Blue Box, Orleans is top 5 in my book.
So
anyway, you know what's better than Arc Nova? Champions of Midgard, which is now on Kickstarter or GameFound.
I think the new image, the new main image looks good.
Dude, Arc Nova is really good. Anyway, whatever. Okay.
It's a great game.
No, it's a great game.
But three
But
is
it's
so
too
high.
high. It is probably too high. I'll
Maybe
see if
2
there's anything.
expansions from now. I'll agree.
I mean, I
agree.
would flip flop Gloomhaven and Arc Nova right now, but yeah. Okay.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, so Gloomhaven overrated. I have never seen people looking like they're having less fun in my life than I see a group playing Gloomhaven.
Oh, I've never
I-
played it. I played Jaws of the Lion, and I agree.
It's the best dungeon crawler in the world. I mean, I don't know. I can't.
Everyone has to have the same amount of analysis paralysis, or it doesn't work. They ruined my group Jaws of the Lion because I would plan out my next turn in like a minute and a half, and everybody else would be like 8 minutes, and just be like, "Fuck."
Yeah, no, that's like every single time I've ever like gone over to see the group that played Gloomhaven when they went through everything. It was just like nobody's saying a word as everybody's looking at their cards,
Yeah, it's crunchy. And that's what's fun about it. It's good.
And I was just kind of like,
the crunchiness of the combat is just the best.
You need to play it in between turns of Twilight Imperium. Boom.
Yeah, no shit.
Just a giant.
Yeah, and eventually I was just like, to hell with it. I played it. I played it a couple times. I was like, well, this is cool, And then I was like, no, I don't want to play this anymore.
I just noticed that Twilight Imperium has 25,000 voters. That's a lot of tens to get up that high.
It's also the 4th edition.
Yeah, I know.
So getting on the Twilight Imperium, this is underrated.
Underrated, agreed. Top 3 in my book. Probably 2.
I have played Twilight Imperium in its iterations. I'm gonna guess 30 to 35 times total.
What?
There's been.
I'm in the 20s.
Don't play that much. That's like 2 years of gaming for you.
Because when I was getting into it, I played Twilight Imperium 3rd constantly. Our group, it was like a thing that we got together. It was like
it was an event. Like that much made it so
fun. It was like we're gonna play. We're gonna play. It was like a monthly thing. It was like we got together and played it. And we knew for like 8 hours that's what we were gonna play. No, I've only played 4th edition once.
Does 4th edition change much? Like, what does it change?
It streamlines it a lot. But
it's great.
But of all the times I played,
is it still reward you for sitting in the planet and just turtling the whole game? Like that?
Because that's
what I did.
No, they tweaked Mechatol Rex a bit.
Yeah, but I'll say this: I basically had one bad experience playing that game, and I've only won it like
maybe table flip on
5 times, 6 times. I had one bad experience playing that game. Twilight Imperium is one of the greatest games that has ever been made ever, and it deserves to be higher up.
Yeah, I think it just takes too long for me. It will never be a favorite. I think the game is good, but I don't enjoy playing an entire day of that game.
Wiki Kid says Lance wants Gloomhaven to be more like D&D. No, I want it to be more fun. Is what I want. So, anyway, I ended up selling my 4th edition, obviously, to my buddy Joel, because I know the only person I'll play it with will be Joel. And I was able to, so it just, and he wanted to be able to play with his other group, and I was like, sure, whatever. Dune Imperium.
Really like that.
I think it's overrated.
I think this is adequately rated. I think
never played it.
Really.
I want to.
I've got a couple of friends who are just rabid lovers of it. Rabid.
I just don't like the battle stuff. Like the random cards just are too much.
Nah, I love that stuff. So
yeah, didn't do anything. When you play a deep strategy game and then you have like a card like, hey, I won. Oh, because I got a card. Like that just bugs me.
And the best thing about it is like it really sticks to the theme really well.
I think it's a good. I think it's a great game. I just don't think it's an 8, a 6.
What I wish the people that made Dune Imperium could get the rights to Game of Thrones and make a Game of Thrones themed game in the Dune Imperium, in the Dune world. Because I really like the board game, the Game of Thrones war game. I think the Game of Thrones war game is fantastic. That's one of my top 10 games of all time.
I hate that game.
Oh my God, that game is so good.
So much.
Like laugh out loud, gut busting laughs, screams of You fucker.
Yeah.
Just like
You talking about the miniatures game or the war?
no,
like an
no,
old
No,
war?
the Game of
The
Thrones.
Fantasy Flight Game of Thrones game.
Oh,
with
that
a,
game's fantastic.
with a broken
Oh God, yes.
part of the game in the game.
There's
in the
nothing
base
broken.
game.
What's broken about
And it
it?
has like the
Greyjoy.
hour-long tutorial that
The
Fantasy
Greyjoy.
Flight put out that was broken up into pieces. Yeah, that game is brilliant.
What about the Greyjoy thing is broken?
You could get them. You could lock someone down in Greyjoy if you put like one ship in their harbor or something.
They
like
got
that.
rid of that because
I know, but it broke it in the base game.
But they fixed it like almost immediately. So like you're talking about, oh, it's broken. Oh,
I only
look,
played the broken version.
Well, then maybe you
It
should
doesn't
play
matter.
it.
I would never play that game again. It's just not my style of game. I don't mind if you play it. It's fine. I'm not going to yuck your yum.
Okay, whatever. When I were talking about that.
It's not even in the top 100, is it?
It should be. It should be.
It should
damn
be?
It. Oh
absolutely
yes.
should be.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
The negotiation in that game. Oh,
Terraforming Mars. I will say that this is adequately rated where it's at. I will say
agreed.
it's adequately
Agreed.
rated.
Agreed.
I've played it a handful of times, and I've told everybody about my horrific first time I played it, where like the one guy like memorized every goddamn card in the game,
wow.
and
Well, that's
just
fun.
he's like, "Oh, I'll teach it. I've played it many times. It's really fun." And like we sat down to play, and then he just like proceeded to obliterate everybody. Oh yeah, you totally made a mistake when you did that. That one doesn't work with this, that, and the other thing, and he like tripled the next highest score of anybody, and we're just like,
I
Anyway.
love playing with people like that, like legitimately. Am I weird? Like I love when someone just kicks the shit out of me the first game.
I was just kind of like, yeah, this is a lot of fun. But then I played it again with people that didn't know what they were doing, and we all had fun. So, I think Terraforming Mars is a very good design, and it is adequately rated to where it's at.
Agreed.
War of the Rings Second Edition. I would love for this to be higher rated, but I have a real problem with two-player games
Yeah, I don't know.
being so highly rated.
I think it's a great game, but it's not my jam.
And anybody who tries to tell you that, oh no, you can play with up to 4. No, there's no teams, and what
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
I've done it. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's just not fun.
But yes, War of the Ring, great game, adequately rated just because it's a two-player game. Star Wars Rebellion. This is probably, as much as I love it, it's probably a little overrated. It's a really good game, but again, it just kind of, I don't know.
Have you played the 4-player version?
I have not.
That's really good.
Yeah, well,
It's a lot
maybe
of
I
fun.
need to.
I think it's right on. It's a lot of fun.
And you'll
It's
notice
the best Star Wars
I still
game ever
own
made.
Star Wars Rebellion.
Yeah,
that's what.
What's the expansion too?
Yeah, I have the expansion as well. So, hey, wait a minute. I should put down previously owned for that because I did own Spirit Island at one time.
Get rid of Spirit Island.
Yeah, I mean, just after I played it.
I think Spirit Island is a little high on the rating here.
It is. I think
can't
so
teach
too.
I can't teach this game to anybody. Like it's too hard.
I always wanted to play.
It's a little too complicated, I think, for most people.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Agree or not? I mean, it's a beast to learn it. Like, people just don't get it.
Anthony, what do you think about Spirit Island?
I don't like Spirit Island.
Okay,
you don't like it?
I can see why people enjoy it. I just don't like it.
I like the system. I think it's a good game. I just think it's a little high.
I think it's very high on this.
Highly rated here.
Yes,
it has 56,000 votes. That's a lot of people. Maybe I'm wrong.
I haven't played Gaia Project.
Gaia Project is amazing.
I've had many people tell me that I need to play it, and I say, well, I hate Terra Mystica, so I don't want to play
Terra
it.
Mystica, then you probably don't like this.
Yeah,
I like this better. I do like this better than Terra Mystica.
I do too.
Yeah, it is better than Terra Mystica, but if you don't like Terra Mystica, then I don't.
And I have said this many times. Terra Mystica, it's like if you get stuck like in a spot all by yourself with nobody around you or whatever,
you're done.
And like it's just one of those things where it's like the first time I ever played Terra Mystica, I picked a spot on the board. I went first, I picked a spot on the board, and nobody built anything near me. And I was just kind of like,
Aw.
Yeah, you're just kind of like, and I had no idea what was going on, so I kept on building stuff near my stuff, just like, okay. And then all of a sudden, everybody else's turn was like, okay, I'm going to do this, and I'll do this, that'll change to this, and I'll change to that. That'll give you this, and that gives me this, and I'll give you that, and that gives me that. And you did this, and I did this, and I get this, and I get this, I transfer this to this, and then that, and that, and I score 17 points. Okay, Lance, it's your turn. I'll move this cube.
Yeah.
Just like,
Yeah.
they're like, wow, what's going on over there? I was like, none of you fuckers built anything near me. That's what's going on.
I'm gonna work on going up this track.
Yeah. Just we'll get there eventually.
Anyway, you should try Gaia Project. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I've almost bought it like a handful of times. Then I say, who am I going to play with?
Yeah.
So. I mean, Dune Imperium Uprising. I've heard it's actually better.
I have not played that one.
I've heard
it takes a long time.
It's got a little bit more going on. So if you liked Dune Imperium a lot, you will probably like Dune Uprising a touch more. But if you're looking to teach it to somebody, I think the original one's a touch easier to teach.
Yeah.
Does it change?
It just adds some like spies and
more of the intrigue.
Yeah, a little bit more like little shifty things happening.
Would you just mark there, Lance?
I got rid of my copy of Twilight Struggle.
An extra,
so I was marking that.
an extra thing or two for combat, giant sandworms and stuff. Overall, it's just got a touch extra going on.
I realized that a lot of these decisions I'm going to make are whether or not I think this game deserves to be in the top 100 games. Not that there's like games I would automatically put ahead of them, but I mean that's what it's coming down to for me. Anyway. All right, Twilight Struggle.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's a great game, but again, it's a 2-player game, and I just feel like 2-player games should not be in like the top 15 games ever, right?
16 though, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah,
so down to 14 now. Remember, it was number one for a long time.
Oh, it was number one for a long time.
I wonder what hit it. Like, I wonder what knocked it back.
Can I proffer a possibility? Yeah.
What?
My opinion is it going to be a combination of factors. I'm going to say it is one, it's an older game, and I don't think they've like come out with a new edition of it anytime recently.
Yeah.
So they've been
using.
I
think they're doing a new edition now, right? I thought
okay, well, just keep talking. Can I get through my thing, and then you can interrupt me? Okay, thanks, appreciate it. So it hasn't had it hasn't said here's a new edition with brand new art and redone cards and all that kind of stuff, right? It hasn't done that in a long time. And when it was number one, BGG was a completely different website. And you have grown exponentially. And it isn't that people don't think Twilight Struggle is bad. You just had been inundated with a ton more users that have played the other games. And those people are like, I love this game, it's a 10. I love this game, it's a 9. I love this game, it's a 10. And so it's like, and I think that back in the day, when Twilight Struggle got the rating that he got, perhaps for us old timers, it's more of a really achieved rating. Like it's like, oh, I could give it an 8.7, like people like that. We're like,
so people older people are more discerning.
Well, no, they just were more.
We found joy in less.
Yeah. There you go.
That's how my father used to say things. We found joy, like the fact that it's not fancy schmancy board.
It's a bunch of cards with cubes. It's nothing special. And a map. No minis.
Yep. So I could see it hitting like 10, number 10, but I think it's pretty adequately rated at this point.
It's interesting. Dune Imperium has only 10,000 ratings. That must be a lot of high ratings.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to really fight against the factors that work here on BGG.
Yeah. Through the Ages. This should be higher. I will champion this game to anyone who will ever listen to me.
But there's an inherent problem with this game.
It's
getting people to actually sit down and play it and understand it when the first time to go back and play it again.
Yes. Okay, I'll give you that.
It's got a learning curve.
I've played the apps 3 or 4 times and it is fantastic.
I still don't quite get it.
It is
a couple times on BGA.
I mean, it's such a good game. And when Czech Games went back and they said, okay, we have to actually like go through every single card and make sure there's no, because remember like they would come up with a new printing and then and here are the 6 cards we printed wrong. So go into there and take out a Sharpie and correct these 6 cards. This card should cost 2 coal, not 3 coal. This card should, and it was like when they finally were like, okay, we're gonna redo Through the Ages and we're gonna make sure that all the cards are right, and we're gonna make it a good, and we're gonna redo everything and like rebalance everything. That version that came out 10 years ago, Jesus Christ, was it really 10 years ago? Holy cow!
Yep.
When that version came out 10 years ago, it was it's so good, so good. It should be higher rated, in my opinion. Again, I haven't played it in a year or
Where would
two.
you put it? Above.
I don't know. I mean,
It's knocked a lot of games down, so I'm guessing you would probably put
it would be in my personal top 10.
Got
You
it.
know. So I mean, there you go. All right. I mean, don't ask me about Castles of Burgundy. I got so bored of that game so quickly.
That's
I
a very
love
good-
that game.
For me, that's a top
Very good
10.
game. That's a top 10 for me too.
I think it's a bit overrated for where
I'm
it
a
is here,
huge
but I
Feld
love it.
guy, and that's not a top 10 game.
Yeah, it's not my favorite Feld. It's probably not my top 3 Feld.
Alright.
Love it though.
A lot of people love it.
No.
That is the most ratings out of all of them right there. I think 65,000.
No, Terraform
Oh,
Mars is over 100.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Great Western Trail, I think that's adequately rated.
Same.
That is a really, really good game.
It's an amazing game.
One of these days, I'm gonna play that game.
I just wish it.
The
went
fact that
quicker.
it's gonna come up again in a few minutes is the issue.
Yes, I would agree with that.
What I need to do with Great Western Trail is play it with somebody who's like really, really, really good at it. Because right now, anytime I play it, I just do the same strategy over and over and over and over and win and win and win and win. Like I'm
Mhm.
sure it's not
I
broken.
don't think it has that many different strategies, does it?
But like, it's kind of getting boring because
Yeah.
I do the
It's
same
always the
thing
same
and
strategy.
I win every time.
Yeah, sure. You probably need like a expansion or something.
Yeah. Or maybe just like somebody else who like knows a different strategy that's also really
He just
good.
wants an ass whooping.
Yeah, I need
all
an
he
ass
wants.
whooping. I need somebody to prove to me that I didn't like find a thing that's just like, well, just do that every time. That's the best.
I remember, and I'm not going to mention the game, but I remember like a designer was
It's
like, all right,
Wingspan.
no, it was I forget, and he said, and it wasn't even me. It was me and Travis Chance were at a convention, and a designer came up and he said, "Hey, I just got my like pre-production copy of my game. It's like like you guys want to play?" We were like, "Fine," and we started playing it and whatever. And I remember about like halfway through, Travis said, "So wait a minute, if I just do this every turn, I'll just win, right?" And he was like, and the guy was like, "No, that doesn't how." And so then Travis proceeded to do that same thing every turn, and he beat everybody by like 30 points. And I remember just like this guy like looked at it, he goes, "Well, you're not supposed to do that though." So that's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it's-
There's nothing stopping me from doing it.
yeah, he was just like,
Why you screwing up the game? Sure.
yeah.
Man.
That's
It
why I
wasn't
love
like-
my buddy Ronnie. He always tries to break every game. Like if he sees it, he's like, "That's how I'm playing this game."
And it was like it wasn't like it was like a thing where it wasn't a thing where it was like, oh, this is my playtest copy. This is my like these are the first like 6 copies of the game. The game's being made right now.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna it's like you can't and then we were just like everything was just this slow creeping feeling of doom at the table. But anyway. Scythe. That's overrated in my opinion.
That is shouldn't be in the top 100.
Yeah.
Overrated Even with the expansions, you know what? I think this is appropriately rated if we were factoring in all the expansions, including not the legacy expansion, but the episodic content expansion at the end, which was really, really, really damn good.
If you need an expansion to fix your game is broken and doesn't belong on the list.
Oh, that's bull crap. That's like saying that
that's
Dominion's
Game of
not better
Thrones?
because it has a bunch of expansions. It doesn't need any of it. They just keep adding more. And
Okay, so you just said if you had all the expansions, including this one, it deserves this spot. It doesn't say Scythe with all the expansions, including this one. It says Scythe.
That's because the expansion is their own separate thing. They don't just make it Scythe Birmingham. All right?
But Scythe is not that good.
I think it's great. I don't think it's
18
I mean, I had a lot of fun with it, but I think it's a little high.
I don't think it's as good as Viticulture.
I think it's top 100, but I don't think it's this high.
I said what I said.
Said what I said.
I said what I said. No, I think it's overrated, and I think it's like it makes me angry that.
I mean, but it's really fun. I think
you can't have a 4X game if it doesn't have all 4Xs. I'm just gonna, and I said what I said.
Okay.
Right. It's 2.5 X's.
Yeah, basically.
Is it called a 4X game?
Yeah. It was marketed as a 4X game, which is fine.
Right.
Whatever. You can market it anything as anything. Doesn't matter. All right. Eclipse Second Dawn for the Galaxy. I never owned this version. I owned the old version. And I like the old version, but it took forever.
What game?
Yeah, it's a bit too
Eclipse.
Long. Yeah.
Never played it.
I mean, I think it does a lot of cool things though.
It's really cool.
I mean, we played the original probably 6 or 7 times, and it was an event. I mean, it was another one of those things where everybody was super excited to sit down and play. And I mean, I was blown away by the game. So, I mean, it's just like, but then again, it's just like how many. Ultimately, I'd rather play Twilight Imperium over Eclipse.
Right.
Remember that was the big
birded on that
controversy. That was the big discussion. Eclipse versus Twilight Imperium.
Well, because Eclipse feeds that Euro feel that people want, and Twilight Imperium is way more Ameritrash. I mean, it's just it comes down to personal taste. It comes down to people that like good games and people that like shit. I mean, it's pretty normal, you know. So I mean, and that's why one of them is in the top 10 and one of them isn't. So there you go. Seven Wonders Duel, fantastic game, 2-player game.
Spectacular.
Yeah, it's
100,000 rating.
That's amazing, actually.
100,000 ratings
for only 10 years old.
That's insanity that it has that many ratings.
I know, that's crazy.
But Seven Wonders Duel is a really, really good game. I wouldn't put it in my top 10, but I would actually rank it higher than 20.
Pretty good, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Which goes against my previous statement of like you can't really have a 2-player game ranked pretty high. So
there's the original Brass.
Brass Lancashire.
21.
Good game. Great game. Birmingham's better though. I mean, it just is.
Okay.
It's got more stuff. Nemesis. Played it once. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's really good. I don't think 22 is the right number for that, but it seems a little high.
Yeah.
But it is a really good game. I mean, if you want to play an Aliens game, this is the game.
Yeah. You want to play Aliens?
It really is. And I played it co-op and it's great.
Yeah. Clank Legacy. I'm not a Clank guy, you know, so I mean
I played half of Clank Legacy and it's really good.
I loved Clank, never played Legacy.
It's really good. It's like really truly funny.
I've heard that it's fantastic from a couple people.
It is very good.
Sorry, I can't have it. I can't say anything about it. Feast for Odin.
I only played half of a Clank Legacy.
Fantastic, underrated.
That's a top 10.
It isn't top 10 for me, but it's higher than 24.
Yeah, I think it's like
I will begrudgingly nod my head in the direction of Feast for Odin and say, "All right, Euro,
Grudgingly nod
It-
your
I will
Movies.
I will begrudgingly
Feast
say."
for Odin is in the exact correct spot it should be in. If you took all of the games that are above it that should not be there.
Yeah.
Please, best game. True or false?
Sure.
True. It's true, damn it.
True.
You
Although-
son of a-
Don't
Patchwork's
step to
pretty-
me. What was it?
Oh my
Patchwork.
gosh, that's a really good question for us.
Patchwork?
Yeah.
Oh.
That is
That's
a
really good.
that is a
I mean,
Gag with a
really
spoon. Get out of here with patchwork.
oh my
I mean,
gosh.
Agricola. You know, I mean,
Oh, come on. Caverna's better than Agricola.
Yeah, Caverna is
At
better
the
than
end of the
Agricola.
day.
And that's
But
where I was
why is,
in my
but why is
brain.
Caverna better than Agricola? Like,
It's more
Because you don't have to worry
choices.
about
It's
you
just
don't have to
more.
worry about building stupid fences.
Yeah,
and
that
that-
suck.
And
oh,
that
okay.
is like one of the things that I really it's just it focuses on a lot more of the efficiency, and you don't have to worry about, oh, did I build my fence correctly? I don't, which always bothered me about.
And you can't just move your fence around how you want it.
Yeah.
Oh, Frosthaven. Or do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a really good
Feast
question.
Road is amazing for me.
I would actually, oh my gosh, if somebody said you want to play Feast for Odin or Caverna, which I'd probably play Caverna.
Feast for Odin all day. Wait, the expansions come into play?
I have
No,
never
just the
played
base
Caverna.
game.
Do I
Base
need to
game,
play
nothing
Caverna?
else.
Feast for Odin still. Both questions. Feast for Odin. I'm going.
Do I need to play Caverna?
It's great.
That's
Oh
like-
yeah, it's fantastic.
I
oh
haven't played
god.
it either.
All right, so
I
Scott,
thought,
like
it was
doing
just another.
games.
I thought it was just another Agricola.
Scott, I'll tell you
Oh,
this.
no.
I am not a fan of Uwe Rosenberg games. Well, I wasn't, and then I played Caverna, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I like this."
So, to this day, even though I don't go to the convention anymore at Con of the North, they
Con of the
still tell
North?
stories of the 7-player game of Caverna, because I showed up, I knew how to play it.
No
I was
complaints.
like, and they had people that wanted to play, and two people that wanted to play Caverna. We were like, cool, we'll play Caverna. And then a friend of ours, and these are people that I knew that just went to the convention. They didn't live near me or anything like that. Another person came in, they said, Caverna, I want to learn how to play that. And there was a friend, and we're like, you absolutely can join us. Come on in. And this is the very first day of the convention. And then it was like, and then a 5th person showed up and said, is 5 too many? Can we play? And we're like, sure, you can. And then a 6th person showed up that was friends with somebody else, and they joined us. And then finally there was like a 7th person who just was looking for a game to play, and there was like full tables everywhere. And we said, and I had just started the like setting up the game, and we invited her to play, and we played a 7-player game of Caverna.
That sounds terrible.
Have you played?
Sounds like it takes
6
forever.
and a half hours later.
I was
Oh,
gonna
no.
say it sounds
This is
god
my
awful.
favorite. This is my favorite Rosenberg game.
Why?
Have you guys played the expansion with the cooperative nature of it?
No.
Okay.
But yes,
That sounds
6 and a
cool.
half hours
I mean,
later.
I thought it was. I thought it was cooperative, but maybe not. Is it not?
When we put the game away and everybody had played,
No.
like, to this day, people still in like forums and stuff like that. Well, it ain't like we're gonna sit down and play a 7-player game of Caverna. You know, they still mention it in reverence. Anyway,
That sounds terrible.
it was horrible. It was horrible. I couldn't play it for like a month. It
Like
was
the
just like-
downtime between turns had to be like as they could go get food.
Go to a restaurant, sit down, eat, come back.
Just
All
write
right.
down what you're doing on your next turn, and bada boom, you're good.
Frosthaven, I don't know anything about it. I mean, if it's like Gloomhaven, I would
Really good.
just. I mean, I just don't care. I mean, Concordia. It's
I
not
like
even his
Concordia.
best game. I mean,
It's
it's
his best
just,
game.
What do you think's better?
No,
I
it's
mean-
not his best game. It's his most approachable game.
Yeah, I mean, okay, fine, but I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just I
For me, it's top 10.
I don't know.
I put it in the Hall of Fame.
I know you did, and I was just kind of like, but that's
Wasn't
not
me.
even.
I didn't
What
put
do
it in
you
the Hall of
think?
Fame.
In TK,
No, in
Navigator,
Navigator is pretty good.
Imperial.
See, I would, I
That's
mean,
a-
and I
that's a
know
no
people
for
are
me.
going to be like, you're a fucking idiot for saying that. So first of all, two things. Two things that really, really fucking annoyed me to no end about Matt Garrett's games. What was the first game he came out with and they didn't keep the same box size? Like all the games came out, they had the exact same box size, and then he was like, "Oh, it's like," and then
I own that game. Hold on.
was it Transatlantic? It was
Yes, it's
Transatlantic. Yeah, he came up with Transatlantic, and I was just like, "Son of a bitch," because it looked completely different. It was like I had
square box.
Yeah, I had all my square boxes set up just
Right here.
perfectly with all my Matt Garrett's games, and then he did that, and I was just like, "Son of a bitch." Just like, why would you do that?
Yep. Square box.
I mean,
Oh, you mean because they were long?
yeah. And
But,
and I
but
and
I
I'm
thought
gonna
Antique
be
was like a little thin thing, like a little.
No, it's all the same size boxes
Oh,
as
is it all the
Power
same
Grid.
sizes? I see.
yeah. No, okay, I will say, and it's an unpopular thing, but I will say I like Imperial. Imperial is like, and because you can be mean, and because you can be kind of brutal with the other players,
Yeah.
and I always like that. I mean,
Didn't like it.
like my friend Pastor Andrew at Con of the North, he said every time I sit down and play Imperial, I just play and I don't realize what I'm doing and I don't think I know what I'm doing, but I always just get done playing and I was like, I had fun. I had no idea what I was doing for the last 2 hours.
I love games like that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, Imperial is a great game.
Well, Concordia is pretty great though. I don't know. It's pretty
Well,
good.
obviously, a lot of people do, but I mean, if I would put Imperial
You're
here
saying
at
it's
20.
overrated.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. And then we get to Great Western Trail Second Edition.
Yeah, flaw in the system.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean, someday I'll fix this flaw. I'm not sure how to fix it, but
Right.
You just delete one.
collate.
I'll
Done.
You
just
fix it
delete
with
one.
brass
I just make it
Lancashire.
unrankable.
because the
Everything
original was just
attached
called
to it.
brass.
I
No.
just take it out of the rankings. I mean, you can have all the ratings.
No,
still.
delete the entire thing.
Yes,
No
nuke
one
it.
will
Nuke
notice.
it from orbit.
They're good for more.
No one will even notice, Scott.
Yeah.
Nobody will notice. You haven't been on my website very much, have you?
And then when people say anything about it, just say you don't know what you're talking about. That never happened.
No, you're misremembering.
What do you mean?
It's
By the way, I watched Twilight Zone the other day where each pilot starts disappearing from reality and they're like, I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
just tell people it's a Mandela effect. Be like, nah, you're mistaken.
Just see how long it takes before somebody finally was like, "You're a liar."
Then ban them all.
Hold on one second.
It's
That'd be great. Just do it on April Fools. That'd be the greatest.
Oh no, it's real.
That would be kind of a funny April Fool's to spot remove a couple games, like just to see. Although that's not really funny. That's more like malicious.
I don't think no, it's not. As long as you talk to the designer first, be like, "Hey, we're gonna do this. This is your game. You cool? You down on this joke?"
All right.
Go get yourself a Bruno. Fadudi'd be down.
Yeah, there you go.
Get yourself a Bruno.
Arkham Horror, the card game. How is this ranked 28th?
It's spectacular.
It's
It
a
is
really good
fantastic,
game.
appropriately rated.
It's a good game.
It's a game that you could literally just buy everything for it and just play it forever too. Like it's got so much. Every time my friend Lucy has probably 60% of the content for it, and it's so much. Like it's insane.
It's a lot of content.
Well, I mean,
It's okay, but I mean, it's just I don't know. I'm not a fan. It's like, oh yeah, and then hey, we're gonna come up with a deck of cards every whatever, and then just slowly spit this stuff out, and yeah, no, I just think the model of the game kind of lends itself towards, in my opinion. I mean, do they even make stuff for it anymore?
Yeah, they re-released it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's new stuff actually.
Hmm.
We did a game night thing with the new stuff.
Hmm.
Pretty cool system too.
I
don't know. It's a good game.
I agree. I think I love it. I think it's
I wish it
fantastic.
just didn't take so long with 4 players. I mean,
I want my Call of Cthulhu Living card game back. Damn it. Anyway,
yeah,
that game was fucking awesome.
Yeah. Cool, Grandpa. But you tell me about Netrunner again.
Oh, don't you get me started about Netrunner. That game was awesome. Nice one, Forrest. Lost Ruins of Arnak. Whatever.
Great. I
Great.
think it's a bit overrated there. Bit overrated.
Yeah, I
Is
think
it?
it's a like 75 to 100 in
Good,
my
though.
opinion. But
Still very good.
I get
it's
why
top
people
100.
like it.
Kind of
but-
amazing that this was their first game.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like, talk about knocking it out of the park.
Yeah.
No.
Have they even done any other games? No.
They got to a bunch of
No.
expansions,
They've
like
not
2 or
done any
3.
other games. This was their first and only game.
Why
Wow.
not milk it? Why not milk it? You kidding
Hey.
me?
You
Yeah.
did it right the first time. Walk
People buy
away.
the expansions. Why would you not sell them?
No, I think it's and there's some amazing expansions too. Like I've looked into some of the stuff. It's looked really cool. I've not played any of them, but
And then once the steam dies down, it's like from the creators of this, there's the next big one. Like,
we're actually working on a geek episode.
Here we go. And then the war game that tricked people into playing a war game.
Root.
I'm actually surprised this is rated as high as it is.
I
I
think it's
respect it
overrated.
lower.
I mean, I think it's a good game, but I think it's deception. It's deception, deceivus.
I would rather play any of the
Deceptive.
regular coin games than Root.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it too simple?
I don't think it's interesting enough.
I just found it was like painful to learn it and play
Yeah,
it.
it's tough.
Like
So,
I didn't want to. Yeah, I don't know.
Here's the thing. So they just the latest coin game is a fantasy game.
Yeah.
It takes place on Mars.
Yeah.
And I'm not interested in it.
Oh, you want reality?
I like that bit of this is what actually happened. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
What would you do in that situation?
Well, people like Root. Maybe
No,
don't
I get it. I
It
understand
just
why.
doesn't- It didn't work for me. I'm just not a mean war gamer.
I think it's a good implementation of the coin system. Just for myself, I would rather just play a coin game.
Is it a coin system?
Yeah. It's not officially a coin system because GMT didn't put it out, but it is based on the coin system.
I see.
I think this is probably overrated.
I mean, does the coin system have a character like the Vagabond? Like where you basically are doing completely different game,
Everyone's got different winning conditions in a coin game.
right? But are you playing a completely different game? Like there's
Sometimes you're playing a completely different game.
Interesting.
Ooh, that intrigues me. I love Vass. So that sounds right up my alley.
So if you want to try a coin game, I always tell people start with Cuba Libre. It's the most straightforward one. It's the smallest map. Well, maybe not anymore. It used to be the smallest map.
Mhm.
But that or Liberty or Death.
Okay.
But yeah, no, each one is a different winning, and some of them play like totally different.
Yeah.
Like you usually have two people who are going at it like
Yeah,
this,
they're
and
just
then you have
fighting
one
more.
person who basically their job is to make sure that you guys keep fighting and do shit behind it in the aftermath of what's going on.
Well, we already discussed Terra Mystica. Fuck that game.
And then number 33, Too Many Bones.
Wait,
Well,
what about
good.
the next game?
Number 33, Too Many Bones.
Oh, look, somebody
I mean,
bought
here's
their
the thing.
Somebody bought their very first engine builder and discovered Board Game Geek. I
Yeah,
better
so
give
what?
this
It
thing
brought
game
in a lot of
10.
people. A lot of people that buy more games.
I never did play
They
that
grew the hobby to a segment that never was interested in it before.
Just get eggs.
It's a great game.
Just get eggs.
I don't think that's just get eggs, but whatever. We argue about that. We disagree.
Hey,
about
if you ever want to play it, and I focus my entire engine on just getting as many eggs as possible, you'd be like, huh, you won again, huh? Interesting.
it.
Weird.
Oh, okay, Lance.
Yeah.
I think Wingspan is a perfectly good game.
Never played it.
I don't
Want
think
to
it's,
one day.
it's as good as everyone swears it is.
Yeah. I mean,
Look
I
at
think
it this way.
I think it's a good game. I want to play
mean-
Finspan. I just bought Finspan.
Whatever.
Nice
Good
having all
comeback.
that
You would
disposable
love to be
income
the
just
publisher.
throw
of
everything.
Yeah,
Wingspan, wouldn't you,
whatever,
though?
man.
You would love to be the publisher of Wingspan.
Oh yeah.
No, I
No
wouldn't.
joke, yeah.
No?
What?
Okay, we'll move on. Obviously, no fans of Wingspan here.
Hey, I'll give Elizabeth all the credit in the world.
No, it's a great game. It's just not as great as 32.
Right.
Hmm.
We're gonna get to
Definitely
another one
tough
in,
on it.
in a minute. I'm gonna shoot that one down too.
Too Many Bones is really good. Toss
Yeah.
cops of unique dice in an epic adventure en route to a final boss showdown.
Takes way too goddamn long. And plus, you absolutely need somebody who just knows how to play that freaking
Yeah,
game
it's
to
good to-
teach it.
Yeah, we always
All
have to
right, so
relearn the game when we play it. It's like kind of clunky.
Here's my Too Many Bones analysis. If Too Many Bones came out on its own, it wouldn't be ranked this high.
You think all the other stuff adds onto it?
I think the fact that Too Many Bones was the big, massive thing that it was when it came out. I don't see. I see the people who backed it or have bought the Kickstarter from someone on the secondary market being really excited and everything. But I think if you just went out and just bought Too Many Bones base game, it's not the same. Not going to have the same impact on you.
You said you don't think it'll change my life?
It's just a really fun combat dice game. Like it's got so, and you don't. All the characters are so asymmetric and different strategies. They each have like their own like 5 or 6 different strategies you can do with them. They're, I don't know, it's cool. It's a cool RPG dice game.
All right.
Okay.
Orleans should be higher.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
Top 5 if you're
I
factoring
feel
in
like it's right
expansion.
where it needs to be.
Do you know what Orleans' problem is? Expansion.
That shitty expansion that added main stuff. But that blue box, don't even step to me on how good that blue box is.
I love the mean box.
What's
What
the
are you
blue
talking
box?
The mean box. The mean box had good stuff. But the
What's
blue box is the cooperative one.
Oh,
That has a couple different cooperative variants that are just brilliant. They're, in my opinion, the best cooperative
is that
Euro
the
experience.
invasion?
Yeah, that I've ever
Yeah,
played.
I don't play cooperative Euros.
Oh, it's so good. So good. Like you just feel like everybody is on a razor's edge just trying to get everything done. Just it didn't have alpha game problems with us. Just so good.
So here's where Orleans. Why I would put it in 34. I played it before it was deluxeified, and would be happy to play that version of it just as much as my deluxeified version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
Mage Knight board game should be higher rated.
What was it?
Mage Knight board game that should
Oh, yeah.
absolutely be
Oh,
higher rated.
God, yeah, top 10 for sure.
That-
If we're
that
factoring,
But that falls into the same
For me, it's not.
through the ages category.
But isn't it a 2-player game again? Like multiplayer?
It goes
is
3,
so
doesn't it?
impossibly forever to play.
I thought it went 3, or was that with the
No, it goes to
expansion?
4.
higher.
It goes to 4, I think.
He goes
Yeah,
higher.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I played it 3 before.
But it just takes so long with 4.
He was
Just the planning and the logistics on that game are so rewarding.
No, it's a great game.
I remember, I think it was Joel Eddy put together a quick video on it. It was just like, I'll move, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll attack, I destroy, and it's like, and the person says, but you don't have another card that lets you get into the city. Damn it! Just like,
right.
and I was like, that perfectly encapsulated the entire game.
Yep.
how infuriating it would be.
Yeah, I feel like I've not given enough time to Mage Knight. I've only played it like 2 times,
It's
and both times were like way too long for me to like
Yeah,
love it.
same.
yeah, I could see that being
Like I want to play the co-op version see how that plays, and I just never got around to it.
Barrage.
I got that ultimate set though, sitting in the garage. Someday I'll play it.
Barrage, a game I haven't played, but I desperately want to. I don't know anybody that owns it.
I've not played it either.
I don't have anybody that can teach it to me.
All right, so here's my Barrage assessment. I wanted Barrage when it was on Kickstarter really bad. Couldn't afford it. Didn't have money for it. Been like harping on it. Finally, someone I know got a copy and played it. It's a great game. I don't need to own it. It's one of those, if a copy comes up, I'll go grab it.
Yeah.
But again, I think, and here's the weird thing about Barrage, the aesthetic on the outside of the box and the artwork inside the box are disconnected. Not so far disconnected, but they're disconnected enough where you look at the artwork on the box and you expect something much grittier and dirtier looking inside, and it's not.
Yeah.
I like Barrage a lot.
Yeah, it seems like it's supposed to be like a dystopian future, right?
Yeah.
Nations vie for hydroelectric dominance in a dystopia where water is power.
I think 36 is reasonable for Barrage.
Yeah, no, it's probably right in there, 36, 50, somewhere, somewhere in the middle of the top 100.
Yeah.
Everdell. I think this is overrated.
Way overrated.
Yeah.
I think with
This is a
expansions, it's
polarizing game.
appropriately rating.
This is a very polarizing game. I know people who like literally love Everdell, have every single Everdell, everything ever made, and everybody else who's played it is like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's pretty cool.
I think it's you love it or you don't game.
I think if the art wasn't nearly as good, it wouldn't be nearly as popular. But I think it's great. I think it's overrated. Without the if we're not count expansions, I don't think it's this high.
Yeah, I put it in the 80s probably. Still top 100 probably.
The Crew Mission Deep Sea. I've never played this version of the Crew. I do like the original Crew though.
Very good. It's way better than the original version.
I think this is underrated. I think this is, I think it's better than where it is. It's fantastic.
You think it's better than 38 of the games of all time?
It's probably
I think it's the best trick taking game of all time in my opinion. And
really,
yeah. I've played it, I think 30 to 50 times too. Like, well, I don't know. I'm lumping in the original. I probably played. I don't know. Yeah, played it 30 to 50 times. Okay, I say it, but maybe if I actually had 50 games in front of me. Yeah, I'm sticking with it.
Played probably 50 rounds. Yeah.
Oh yeah, not 50 entire games, the whole thing, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Guy Team, never played it.
Want to play it?
I'd like to try it.
It's a 2-player though, and it's a weird game because you don't get to talk. You're not supposed to talk. Like I feel like it's one of those games like you can just break it so easily. I mean, I think it's a really cool game. I'm not dissing it.
Finally, a game
But,
my
like,
wife
it's one
would
of those
love to play
games
with
that-
me.
Maybe you should just stop fucking
But it's
cheating
just one of
so
those
much.
games
You'd
that I
like
feel
it.
like you can like semi-cheat.
But don't cheat.
Well, it's hard not to, right? You're sitting there in silence. You're not supposed to,
Yeah, to me that whole like you can't talk mechanism kind of defeats all purpose of playing games at a table. Well,
yeah.
So for me, it's not in the top 100, but
cognitive dissonance.
It was a cool game. Had some cool stuff.
No, I think the game is really good though.
Yeah.
Wow, it shot to the top. That's 2023. Jeez, that's fast.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Marvel Champions, the card game. I haven't played it, so I don't know.
You skipped
Viticulture and Heat.
Viticulture spectacular.
I'm fine with you skipping both of them, but I'm just skip them.
I mean, Viticulture is just fine. I think where it's at. It's a very, very good Euro.
Yeah, I need to play it. I've never played it.
I'd put a little farther down, but still top 100.
I put it higher with the
I mean,
expansions
here's the thing.
appropriate where it is.
Here's the thing. When you think Stonemeyer Games, you think three things. You think viticulture, Wingspan, Scythe.
Yep.
Those are the three things you think of.
Mm-hmm.
And they've published 30 games.
Right.
It just goes to show you if you manage to ring the bell like 3 times, you're fine. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, all those other games they come out with, I mean, they just kind of go over like nothing. Either they go over like next to nothing or a wet fart and people just move on. And he will continue making Wingspan variants until they drag him out of the developer's chair and beat him senseless with boxes of Finspan and Wormspan or whatever. And I find the argument people have of like, well, why are they just making remakes of this stuff? It's like, why wouldn't he? Yeah, why wouldn't he?
People keep buying them.
Why not? Like we're still a small industry.
Yeah. Well,
We're still the very
nothing like it was.
Those
but yeah.
those are the same people who say things like, "We could buy Peterson Games and fill their back orders."
Yeah.
Right here in the U.S. How hard could it be?
All right. Heat Pedal and Mill, never played it. I hear lots of good things though.
It for me is
very good.
I think to me it's way farther down. Maybe in the top 100.
It's a really good racing game.
99.
99.
99.
And I've not played any of the doohickeys in it. I've only played the very base game. Like there's a lot of doohickeys in that game.
Yeah.
All right. Now Marvel Champions the card game. Never played it.
It's very good. It's probably the best brawler game out there. Like the powers are cool. It's really good. Yeah, it's super good. Only negative is it takes too long for 4 players. So it turns back into a 2-player game, or you're playing for 4 hours. Like it's a game that like doesn't need to be played for 4 hours.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah, it sucks because I really want to play more of it. I have so much of it, the content. It's just I'm never going to get to it because I never really play 2-player or 3-player games. Hardly ever happens.
Food Chain Magnate, great game.
Fantastic. Appropriately rated.
Never played this one.
I think it is appropriately rated as well. It is not
even with the production looking the way it looks.
Yeah, I like it.
It is not Splotter's best game. It's probably not even
played enough.
In my opinion, let me think for a moment. In my opinion, there are 2 other Splotter games that I have played before Food Chain Magnate. Anybody care to guess?
Indonesia.
That's one.
And the Great Zimbabwe.
Wow, well done. Well done there.
Because I know that Antiquity is probably too fiddly for you.
I've enjoyed my plays of it, but it is far too fiddly. It would go, for me, it would go Indonesia, Great Zimbabwe, Food Chain Magnate, Roads and Boats and etc. Antiquity.
Have you played Horseless Carriage?
I have not.
Oh, it's really good.
Yeah, I gotta get that.
And I got that and Bus recently.
Bus is not great.
No?
Bus is looks like it's a super easy game, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's got lots of bright colors.
No, the capstone version is a lot more toned down than their original version, but
First dexterity game, Crokinole. What can you say?
Great game.
Good game. Great
The dexterity game. The
Lot of
one
fun.
cheek roll. The one cheek roll, one of the best rules ever.
The Crokinole thing, it always amazes me because until was it May Day, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Made the boards for that year. So many people had no idea what the hell Crokinole was. And I had a Crocodile board when I was a kid.
I learned about
Oh.
Crokinole from the Game Room. Do you remember that web show?
Yes.
Bob, what's his name? Bob.
Odenkirk.
I remember
Anyway, they did an episode about it, and that's what I learned. How I learned about Crokinole.
the big deal at BGGCon for years and years and years, where we got the 5 Crokinole boards or whatever.
I
and
know
we're
we
gonna
gave away so many Crokinole boards.
Now you just don't do any work because you just hoarding
I
all
still
that
have
money.
like 15 in my house here. I need to sort of do something with them.
Saw the cowboy one because I'll take it. I got room on the wall over here.
I don't think I have a cowboy one anymore. Gave that one away.
All right. Now we're getting into the thick of it for me. PAX Premiere. Oh, this is a top 10 game for me.
I never did play it.
Oh my gosh.
Really good. I don't disagree.
The best thing about PAX Premiere, I've played it about a dozen times, and this game, you have no idea when it's going to end. I've
None.
played games that have ended in 30 minutes, and I've played games that have ended in 3 hours.
Interesting.
PAX Premiere is so good. I remember somebody
think I
talked
liked
to
it
me
more than my group.
and my brain melted, and I was just like, I need to play that again. I don't know what I was doing, but I got to play it again now that I kind of know what I was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it surprisingly well for a war game.
So good.
I mean, it's basically kind of like Oath too. It's got an Oath-esque-ness to it that I think only I like in my group, which is weird. That I want to keep playing it.
So, and then Kanban EV, great. That game should be higher rated. I don't know if it's top 10 for me, but it is.
I never
That's
played
so
it.
good. Oh, so good.
I have the original. I'm perfectly fine with the original.
What does EV add to it?
It's electric vehicles. So
Right, but
then
is it just a
It
theme
basically
difference?
cleans up the game graphically, so
Yeah.
things make a lot more sense. Like the boardroom is different, and everything's different on the board, but it's cleaner and easier to understand. Actually,
yeah. And I sold my copy to my buddy Cullen because if I ever want to play it, the only person who will play it with me will be Cullen. So Underwater Cities, really, really good game, but not
Never quite got that
not
one.
Suchi's best game.
Like I know everybody loves it, but
Pretty
I just
good.
never hit for me.
It's just another one of those games that I kind of get fatigued by the end of it, where I want it to be over.
Yeah.
Let me think for a moment. Off the top of my head, and Vladimir Suchi is one of my favorite designers. And I met him at Essen. He's a really nice guy. believe
your
there-
favorite Vladimir Suchi game?
I'm trying
I
to
think
think.
that was just him bragging. That was it.
There
Moving
are
on.
two.
There's that
There-
one where you got to get rid of all your money.
There are two Vladimir Suchi games that I think are better.
Ooh, can we guess?
Yes.
Yes, it's something of 4, whatever. What? You like it? I don't know why, but
Let's see. I got the 2 splatters. Let me think.
Somebody in the comments got
I
one of
think
them.
Pulsar is pretty darn good.
Pulsar 2849 was what I was thinking.
No,
League of
way.
6.
That's
He likes
so-
League of 6.
There's no theme in that. There's no way Pulsar 2849. It's a fantastic game, but that's such an unrememberable
Lance
game.
It's League of 6 and maybe Shipyard.
League of 6, is that good? I own that
For
one.
Lance, it is.
Yeah, in League of 6. And with the expansion, it's fantastic. And yes, and Shipyard. Shipyard is his best game.
Oh.
Shipyard's
really good.
Shipyard
I
is.
just picked up
Got
2
a-
Suchi games.
I played that one time when it came out. I have not touched it since.
This game
Yeah.
is really good.
Last Will is like 4th.
Messina.
Last Will, where you
Messina?
basically had to lose all your
Messina
money.
was cool.
I like Last Will a lot. And
Last
I wanted
Will's-
to play the Prodigals Club. I never got around to it.
Yeah.
Has anybody played Prodigals Club?
I have, and they say you can like insert it, but it doesn't really work well. So I disagree with that.
Praga was a miss for me.
Fargo was cool.
I just got my copy of Praga for
And
20
has
bucks.
anybody played Evacuation? That was like last year, 2 years
Yeah, I
ago.
haven't played it. I mean, I'm still out of touch with my games, so it's like, whatever.
Another Hall and Oates reference.
Yeah,
Out of
I'm
touch.
out of time.
Hall and Oates does not exist. Never has.
Puerto Rico.
What? Fantastic,
It's
Never
such a
got
good
it.
game.
Never
It
got
deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
especially with the expansion tiles that fix the wharf.
Oh,
I have played very little of Puerto Rico, surprisingly. It passed me by.
Me too.
Puerto
Puerto Rico used to be another number one game for a lot of many
2002, I was
years.
working on Duke Nukem, man. Basically, that was my year of like ignoring BGG. Like, I
Hmm.
basically didn't touch BGG for like a year.
Then we get to Hegemony, which is a game that I really want to play.
Me too.
Top 10 game for me.
Top 10.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh,
I
look,
gotta-
it's got it
10.
out
I
and everything.
love this game.
Looks fantastic.
Hegemony.
That's that political one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Asymmetric.
What's the mechanics of it?
Asymmetric, and it's amazing.
Yeah, that looks really good.
What's the mechanics of it? Like, is it worker placement or?
So basically, you are either building companies if you are the upper class and shipping goods and trying to make money. If you're the middle class, you're trying to make enough money, but also get your people working. If you're the lower class, you're just trying to work and make money to survive. And if you're the government, you're trying to keep everybody happy without losing all the money.
Sounds cool.
There's a new game coming out this year from the same people.
Yeah, they did a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
That one looked
World
really
New
good.
World Order. New World Order. Yeah.
New World Order, which basically does the whole
I've
asymmetric
known
thing.
that designer for like 20 years. I mean, since Essen, like early days, and
But
he's
definitely, like,
amazing. He's where he's
if it says 4 people and you want to play a game and you want to play Hegemony, I will play it anytime you want.
I might take you up on that one day. I really want to play that.
How long does it take?
A while,
So,
I imagine.
It's a while.
Yeah.
So if everyone knows what they're doing, you can play it in 3 hours.
Send the car for Anthony for BGG this year, and then
I
and then
will
we
bring
can
it to Hegemony if you get me down there. I will bring it to BGG.
and then we can that'll can be
I
one
could
of our
never-
evenings.
I can never do a whole thing like that though. I can barely do the game of Station Fall. Oh, the Station Fall is pretty snappy. though.
I do like that we
Um,
now, even though it's only 2 years, I do like that now. I think we have a standing order,
Station
That's
Fall.
fun.
a Station Fall evening. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are fun. Cascadia, never played it.
It's cool.
It's very good. Maybe a little high ranked there. It's
Definitely high.
it's surprisingly hard to teach. It's more than you think for a gateway.
Hmm.
I mean, whatever. It's not that hard. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm treating it fairly.
I'm not going to talk about Pandemic last season 0. Who cares? I mean, whatever. It's just
Never played it. It's the top hat one.
I've not played it either.
yeah,
It's interesting that that's the second highest one and not season 2 or 3.
yeah. I do think we talked about Caverna already. Caverna needs to be higher ranked than this. It is.
Yep.
It is really, really, really good.
There's only a Pandemic season 2, right? And then this is the third one.
Is there
Yeah.
0, 1, 2?
0 is the third.
0. This is the one that's number 51 is 0.
Caverna should be
All
higher.
right. Caverna should be higher ranked, but that's just my opinion. That's just like your
Is
opinion,
it one of
man.
those things where you have to feed your people and you take victory point failures if you don't feed them?
You have to maintain them,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, but it takes a lot of like there's a reason why it's higher ranked than Agricola. It's because it takes a lot of like you actually feel like you're actually doing stuff, whereas Agricola feels like the game's just actively trying to screw you the entire time. With Caverna, you can kind of like focus on getting better. So
It's going to screw you a little bit, but not to the point where you can't do anything else.
Yeah. So, Cthulhu Death May Die. You know,
Very good.
it's very good, and I need to play it more. Uh, it's been over a year since I played it, and I actually got my whatever second season box of it a little while ago, and yeah, I need to play it more. I think that's adequately ranked. I think it's right where it needs to be, in my opinion. Anachrony. I just
Yeah, I don't like it.
I've played
that game is so good.
I've played it like twice.
I just don't like planning games.
And I did not. Yeah, I agree. It's like I just
forward planning is my kryptonite.
Yeah.
I got
same.
done, and I wasn't. I realized I wasn't having any fun. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like I was just churning. You know,
Same.
I was just like, you know, whatever. But if people like it, they can like it. And actually, I need to mark that as previously on too. Did I get rid of Caverna? I think I got
Wow,
rid of
Dual
Caverna.
Middle Earth is already
Is number 55, which is
that's in less than 1
preposterous.
year.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's only got 7,000 rankings though.
Yeah.
8,000. It could come down once it gets
Somebody's breaking the algorithm there.
I know. That's a lot of tens. Actually,
Yeah.
can you? Well, whatever. We don't need to get into that.
I'll check it while you're.
I was just curious how many tens versus ones and.
On Mars.
Yeah, didn't
Just-
work for me.
Wow.
By the way, by the time that we got through the rules, I forgot the beginning part of the rules.
Yeah. It's
So
got,
long to
for
learn.
how simple it should be. It's
Yeah,
very
there's something about it.
complex.
It's just
Yeah.
I've told the
Learn-
story. I told the story. Those
That's
guys
that.
just sitting there reading the rules after like
Yeah.
5 hours of sitting there. They've gotten through like two like turns, and it's
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, it's
I'm sure if I knew that's another game, sold it to my buddy Cullen.
Is that so? Is
It's-
Kanban quicker, easier to learn than on Mars?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Because the things you do make sense.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the other thing. On Mars is as difficult to learn as Lisboa, and Lisboa is better.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love Lisboa.
Blood
right.
Rage.
To answer your question quickly, of the almost 7,000, 1.4 thousand of them are tens. 2.6 are nines, and 3.4 are 8.
No. Good old recency bias.
It's
Blood
a pretty
Rage
good game though,
Blood Rage should
and it's
absolutely
built
be
on
rated
an
higher.
amazing game. So, yeah, Blood Rage should probably be higher. It's really good.
Blood Rage is. I mean, I've never. I mean, drafting and it's just it's so much. It's just. And it moves seamlessly, right? It just the game doesn't have any like slowdown moments.
It's action.
just-
the whole time is action.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't let up. So
Lance gave Agricola a 7.
yeah, I mean this is back when I rated games.
September 2009.
Yeah, I should probably just.
Wait, we're
delete
talking
that.
Blood Rage?
Don't delete that.
No,
I love Blood Rage, and then every single time I've played it, I'm probably 10 games in over the last few years. I like it less, a little bit less every time.
Yeah, really.
Blood Rage. I still think it's great, but just every time I'm like, yeah,
Interesting.
okay.
Agricola, and it's whatever. It's a weaker form of Caverna.
The 7 to you.
Oathsworn Into the Deepwood.
Wow,
I
I
realized
didn't realize that was this high.
that there was no chance that I was ever going to play through all of that, so I sold the whole works to my buddy, and then I played it a couple times with him, and he was playing through everything. It's I mean, I like the fact that they just kind of made the game about boss battles. I like that, and they did a really good
Good
job.
game. And the story part is really good too.
Yeah, so
Like the the part leading up to the boss battle is really fun.
I think it is probably overrated. But Sleeping Gods, from my own personal experience, that should be much higher rated.
Really good game.
I played through that with my buddy Brad, and we just had a blast. I thought the combat system was a complete and total new way to handle the idea of handling combat that just was like it made
Super fun.
sense. It was there was tension. It was so good.
It was. It is.
So big fan, big fan of Sleeping Gods.
Should rate.
Lisboa, that's adequately rated. I mean, it's a really good game, but God, I don't know if I want to go through the process of having to play it again. Just like just like
You scared me away from all these Lacerda games. I really want to try them, but I know I probably wouldn't enjoy it. Just because they're so hard. The curve is too high for me.
yeah. Another pandemic, blah. Obsession.
Oh, there's Legacy Season 2.
Yeah. Obsession. Just like
Obsession was
hey.
interesting and different.
Yeah.
I've never played it.
I
It's
don't
good.
think it's that high for me, but
Yeah, maybe it may be a little high.
I'd be like 120 maybe.
Yeah. I can't believe Grand Austria Hotel is rated this high.
I believe that Grand Austria Hotel, we have to have some work done behind the scenes. I believe this has gone up because it's unavailable.
I actually really like it.
I mean, that when they took the snake draft out, which I thought was a bad idea,
is it out now?
Yeah, they removed it from the rules. I always thought the snake draft was really good, but it made it so you didn't want to play with more than 3. Because if you were the first player with 4 players, oh my God, it was like
half hour for your next turn.
Yeah, let me know when I can go again, kind of thing. But Grand Austria Hotel is a really good game. I mean, as far as
I've not played it.
And again, it's layers of projects that you have to do, but they all make sense.
Yeah.
Like when you're like setting up the table for the people to sit, it makes sense for that portion that leads into this portion that leads into that portion. It isn't one of these like you feel like you're actually like doing something as opposed to I'm just flicking this switch so I can turn this dial so I can open this door. I mean, it's just so I appreciate that. I can't believe Mansions of Madness is still this high on the list.
Well, because the second edition came out and it got bumped up really high because it was no longer the I own the game, I have to be the gamekeeper every single friggin' time.
Yeah. I mean, it was for its time when it first came out, man, that game was it was so innovative. It was like
it's really cool. Although you could mess it up if you were sloppy with the DMing.
Oh yeah, you could totally ruin it.
Yeah, you could totally if you set it up wrong, it would be broken.
Yeah.
I'm glad they made it an app, but I still feel the app games are still a little annoying to me. There's a tedium in the app games that I just don't like.
Oh yeah, I agree. Zolkin. Fabulous game. I would rate it higher than this.
Yeah, Zolkin's really good.
Quite possibly, yes.
It's very good.
Yeah, I would rate it a little higher than it is. I mean, but again, recency bias, came out too long ago. Most people don't know it really exists.
What year? 2012.
Yeah.
The only thing that would get people back into going to check it out is if you got into the T series.
Yeah.
Sure.
Age of Innovation, never played it.
It's Terraforming Mars. And not Terraforming Mars, it's Terra Mystica and Gaia Project again.
Well, then I'm not going to play it.
I've not played this one.
This is the reworked Terra Mystica.
Yeah.
Then I'm not going to play it.
All 4 Terra Mystica games are on the top 100. Both versions, right? Terra Mystica and its upgrade.
No,
there's only one Gaia.
Terra Mystica, Gaia Project, and Age of Innovation are all.
Yeah. Is Gaia there's only one Gaia project, so.
There's only one, yeah.
I would like the record to show that Power Grid should be way higher on this list.
Fantastic.
I know I'm surprised it's there. Like
here's
if you like math.
Here's the Power Grid argument from me. Again, We were happy with simpler things.
Yeah, sure.
We would play that base game of Power Grid over and over and over and over and over again before the thought of any expansions of any different maps came out. I don't think people would do that now. People would play Power Grid and be like, oh, I like it. Oh, there's 12 other maps. Let me go get them. And they'll play through the maps like they're playing through some sort of legacy game. But I think on its own, it's not going to be the return on investment on the base game is not going to be there for those people.
No, I agree. I mean, yeah, we enjoyed more with less.
Yeah, and we had fewer games, so we would play the same game every week.
Yeah,
Right.
basically.
Yeah, no, having less choices.
So I played Slay the Spire, the board game, at my board game weekend, and and I had fun. It was fun, co-op stuff. But I couldn't help but just sit there playing this. I could be playing so many games of Slay the Spire on my computer and having more fun doing that than I would be if I was sitting here playing this game. It's just like,
the game's pretty great.
no, I had fun. I played it, but it was like 2 hours, to like kill some freaking monster, and I was just like, I could have played 6 games of Slay the Spire at my computer in the same period of time, and I would have had more fun doing that. So, whatever. Whatever, indeed. Quacks! Love Quacks.
Listen,
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was in the top 100.
I didn't either.
But I would say Quacks is adequately rated at 70.
Probably so.
Yeah. Clans of Caledonia, really good game.
That is a very good game.
I never played that one.
Really? Yeah.
I never got around to it.
Deserves to be higher, but not a ton higher. Like that's like a
Okay with
top
it right
50
where
game
it
for me.
is.
Caledonia is a top 50 game for me. Maracaibo.
Never did play.
When I played
I
that,
like Maracaibo.
it felt like that game was trying to be just a heavy game for the sake of being heavy. I don't know.
I didn't think it was that heavy. I guess the war thing is kind of heavy. Yeah, there's a bit of heaviness there. There's a lot of characters and stuff you got to figure out.
No.
And I wanted to play the Blackbeard one or whatever, the pirate one.
Pirates one's really good too.
Yeah.
Is it lighter or is it the same?
Oh, it's way lighter.
Way lighter.
Le Havre should be higher rated.
Yep.
Le Havre is a really, really good game. I like Le Havre more than I like Agricola.
Yep.
But not as much. Well, oh my! If you could
Shut
guarantee,
your face.
no, if you could guarantee that I could play Le Havre 3 players every single time, and I only have to play 3 players, I would say.
Don't say Caverna. Don't do
I
it.
would like it more than Feast Road.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
You're disgusting.
I know. Paladins of the Western Kingdom. That is who's his face's best game easily.
Yeah.
Gem.
Yep.
Yeah. I still don't think it's a top 100 game though.
I've not played that one.
Oh yeah.
Got some games to play in this top 100.
Yeah, you do.
For a guy who hates games, you play a lot, Lance.
I play all kinds of games, man. I'll play. I end up going to places or go to a game night, and I'll say, okay, teach it to me, and then I get done, and then then I'm like, okay, cool.
Did it.
The Gallerist,
Yeah.
great game.
That's another Lacerda I need to play. I've not played
Yep.
it.
Get somebody who knows how to play.
Lacerda
all,
owns the top 100, man. He's on here a lot.
all of my Lacerda games were sold to my friend Cullen at super cheap prices. And so, because he's the guy who knows how to play them, and then I'll say, "Come over for game night." He's like, "Yeah, what are we gonna play?" I was like, "Bring the Gallerist," and then teach it to me again because I've forgotten how to play. Cullen's a good guy. This is weird. Imperial Assault is still in the top 100.
Still a great game.
I mean,
You can
I
still play.
guess.
I mean, they sold
enjoyed
thousands and thousands of copies.
But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Is it not?
Sure, it's fine.
It's good.
I mean, the idea behind it was great. Hey, it's Descent in Star Wars. That was what they sold us on, and it wasn't that. It didn't feel like that.
Right.
So, but
Had fun with it.
you want to talk about fucking games? Android Netrunner, baby. Oh my heaven! That game deserves to be higher than 77, and it deserves to still be in print.
It is a very good game.
Netrunner was so good.
Why don't you own it anymore?
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, who am I going to play it with? And then somebody, probably said, I'll give you $50 for all of your cards. And I was like, sure. Because because they'd sat in a box.
Did you buy the original one or the second edition?
I had both. So it's a big whatever. It's a big fine.
I have somewhere in one of the closets here the best player mat for Netrunner because it's 2-player mat.
Got it.
Oh,
So
it's,
everything lines up. It's perfect. It's beautiful.
Clank Catacombs, whatever. I never got into Clank games. I was never a fan.
That sounds like fun.
No, I don't like
played
fun.
them. Didn't need to.
No. The only thing about Mech versus Minions, which I think is just ridiculous that it's still in the top 100 because nobody fucking plays that game anymore.
Yeah,
I just find that
it's just hanging there.
it's just hanging out, right?
Yeah, can you even buy it anymore, or is it? I bet
Who
it's,
knows?
They
but I
make
remember
so many of them.
But I remember when because what was the company that made that again?
Riot.
Riot Games, that's right. And I remember I just have this like shitty feeling about it for a few reasons. And one of the reasons why I have this shitty feeling about it, that was like it came out right around when I started working in the industry. And at Gen Con, there were all of these like board game video creators that were like invited to these private meetings up in like and then they had to sign an NDA to like see this game that was just gonna and they were all talking about, oh, did you get to go look at the game, and like, and it was all this like big fucking secret, and it was just, and they were all talking about it. It was like all shitty, and like I remember who's his face at Drakenstrike was like, he was just talking about, it's like, oh yeah, I mean, they let me they let me have a copy, because and it was just
I felt left out.
And I was just kind of like, all right, and then the game fucking came out, and I was just kind of like, I pre-ordered one, right? And I played it, and I was like, well, this is okay. I mean,
Okay.
I was just kind of like,
I mean, for the price, wasn't it like $75 or something for that?
It was stupidly cheap. It was like 100, wasn't it? I think because people were losing their mind. It was like,
it was
oh
like
my
$100
gosh,
and
it's so
$5
expensive.
shipping or something.
I don't think it was 100. I think it was cheaper than that. 100 seems high to me, but maybe I'm wrong. But
yeah.
I mean, here's the weird thing. So Mechs vs. Minions, I mean, it's a pretty great game, right? Like it's top 100.
Yeah.
But the sequel or the follow-up.
Was there a follow-up?
Yes, there was it wasn't really a follow-up, but it was set in the world of Mechs vs. Minions.
I didn't know there was one.
And it's a game with like 6 big giant plastic discs. Or they were like solid hockey pucks. Do you remember? Nobody remembers?
Yes, I remember.
And it was just like, huh?
Oh yeah, it came in like a metal box. That thing
it was a metal tin, but we were like, huh? I mean,
the game was fine.
And believe me, the designer, his name's Chris. I think he's a great guy. I had a lot of fun talking with him and hanging out with him. I just felt like the second follow-up game is like kind of a miss on the.
Yeah, it didn't
was
feel
like a weird,
follow-up.
Well,
It
they
felt
probably
separate
lost
thing.
their fucking shirt.
Wasn't a bluffing game or
the
something?
overproduction of the first one, and they just
I think they sold out. Well, that company prints money.
whatever. We already talked about
illegal.
Crew.
Chris
Crew is
Kemp's
good. Crew is good.
What was that other game called? Tellstones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Something
Tellstones was garbage.
Yeah, it was basically 8.
It was
hockey
fine. It was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine. Not top 3,000.
Yeah,
Not
Agricola
top 5,000.
revised edition. Why the
Oh,
fuck
it's ranked
is-
18,356.
Why is the revised edition
Yeah.
of Agricola?
Help me solve my problem. What do I do?
Just delete one.
Just
Done.
delete.
That's not solving the problem.
Delete it and then pretend it never existed. Just gaslight
Delete
everybody.
Caverna. Leave Agricola. Delete Caverna.
There you go.
Just say it's a re-implementation. It should be.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be its own thing. That people won't care.
Yeah.
It's old game.
I'm sure no matter what I do, it's always going to be the wrong answer.
Yep.
Yep.
Just you, and then if anybody
That's why I'm
complains,
leaving it
yeah,
the way it
anybody
is.
complains, please send all complaints to fuck@you.com.
Oh no.
Anyway. Kingdom Death Monster needs to be the #1 game of all goddamn time because Kingdom Death Monster is fucking amazing.
It is amazing. I've only played it 3 times, but
That's pretty amazing.
It is, and it is. You need to go into it fucking blind
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
and just I don't know what's going on, and figure out how you play. I mean, that game is.
Yeah, there's a lot of reveals in there that are really fun.
It is. That is one of those things when I tell people one of the greatest novels I've ever read in my entire life is the book Journey to the End of the Night by Luis Ferdinand Celine. That somebody turned me onto that book and it changed my goddamn life. When I read that book, I was like, I reread that book once a year at least. And when I tell somebody about it, I was like, you got to read this book. And then they get a copy of it. And I was like, I envy you so much because you're going to read that book for the first time ever. And I wish I could go back to that feeling of reading that book for the first time ever. I wish I could go back to the very first time I ever cracked open Kingdom Death Monster and played the first ever scenario in that thing.
What book
And just
is
be
it?
the book is called Journey to the End of the Night.
Okay.
I discovered it when I was 18 years old, and it's one of the most it is a cynical story of life with an uplift with a reason to be uplifted at the end. And anyway, it's a tough read. But I mean, if you can get through it, it's really, really good. Anyway, but yeah, Kingdom Death Monster. I mean, I don't know if it's #1, but it is top 10 games of all time.
Yeah, it could be higher. I just think its subject matter is a little grotesque and a little bit.
And
mature.
the barrier to entry of it is tough.
Yeah, it's a heavy modeling project.
Yeah,
advanced miniatures project, which sucks.
It is an absolute. It is an absolute. Yeah, I mean, people that buy a board game and they open it up and it says, "Here, start assembling some miniatures." They're like,
they're basically each miniature is 20 pieces.
Yeah, and you got some
maybe not that many, but it's
you got some model clippers and some super glue. No, okay, we'll wait.
You need more than that.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
head to
Michael's.
Mine.
Yeah,
but I wish that system was kind of used in a different game, just with a more accessible theme, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a cool system.
Yeah, it is. Race for the Galaxy. This should absolutely be higher.
Yep, 100%, especially with expansions.
Even the base game, even the base root. I remember the first time. You come closer, kids, to Grandpa. Grandpa's gonna tell a story about Race for the Galaxy. You used to buy a box, a tiny little box that had a bunch of cards in it, and you didn't know what was going on. And then you got a rule book that didn't really teach you how to do anything because it just wanted you to learn by you playing it. And then you had 100 different icons that you couldn't figure out what the hell they were.
That massive player reference card was so money though, front and back. That thing was beautiful.
When you would look at a card, you'd be like, what does this do? There were no words on it. There were no this is what it does. It was this card, and you just, I mean, and when it finally clicked. And you finally realized exactly how your cards worked together and created an engine, you felt like you fucking earned it. It was like killing a boss in Elden Ring, where you like smashed your head against a wall over and over again trying to figure it out. And then there's that moment when you realize, holy shit, I figured it out. I put these two cards together to do this, and all of a sudden it's making the energy that I need to be able to do this. And you're like, you feel so proud of yourself with Race to the Galaxy. One of the greatest games of all time. And
One of the
nobody
best solo games of all time too. The
Oh
solo
yes.
expansion is spectacular.
Yes. Yes, the solos. And nobody will fucking play it. If it came out today, people would say, "What the fuck?" They take a shit in the box and throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Whenever people tell me race,
Copying them and trying to get
when
it
they
back.
say
ever
roll
since.
for the galaxy is better, I say you shut your damn mouth. Roll
Oh
for the
yeah,
galaxy is
shut your
great, but
fucking
no
mouth.
way.
Roll for the Galaxy, where the people can just cheat and change their
It's
dice
still
to whatever
great.
they
It's
want.
what? Who? Come on, you can't hold it against because you got a secret player
Can't
board.
cheat on
Who's
BGA.
cheating? You can cheat on a lot.
I'll
of games.
just, I mean, I don't know, man. I played Roll for the Galaxy with people that I didn't know at conventions. You're like, really? You got the exact dice needed again? Okay.
I
Sounds
guess
like
I'm not
whenever
that
you needed it.
cynical.
Sounds like whenever you absolutely positively needed those two dice to be exactly what they were. It seems like
Maybe
you
they got a
got
lot
them
of
every single
mitigation.
time. You're just like,
You need to get the most moving. You need movement. You need to move. You want to move? Look at that. You get to move.
just, yeah, that's why Roll for the Galaxy sucks. Because it breeds.
It is fantastic. They're both fantastic. The race is totally better.
Yeah, Race is so much better. It is so much better, and nobody will play it. And no, I mean, it's just like,
I'll play it with you one day. I love race. I'll play that in the
Race
drop
is.
of a hat. Oh,
Oh my God! Did you ever play? I mean, yeah. I mean, that should be a top 10 game. That is a top 10 game. Race for the Galaxy. It is so ahead of it. You did less. We got more out of less. Because, yeah, I don't know. I just
wish it was a little bit longer, but that's part of its beauty.
because that's like that. Though it's true though, because it's like, oh, my engine's just starting to work now, and then the game's over.
Because it's just some asshole just built as fast as he could the crappiest planets.
Yeah,
Called Race.
exactly.
It's called Race.
Yeah. Azul, good game,
Yeah, that's good.
but it's adequately rated.
I could move that up.
I'd say it's overrated.
I think 84 is the perfect spot for it.
I know it's very popular.
You know,
Very good too.
Five Tribes, great game.
Five
Is that
Tribes
Moncala?
didn't do anything for me.
Really? I mean, Five Tribes is a
just-
game that like when it first came out, I remember I ended up playing it like 8 times in like the first 2 weeks that it came out, and I was like, this is just a good game.
Is that the
It's
Days
just-
of Wonder Moncala one?
Yeah.
That's a great game. Agreed.
Yeah,
Appropriately rated.
it has the absolute right amount of I did something that was smart and I got rewarded for it.
Was that the last Days of Wonder game where people cared?
Well, the Heat, the new racing game of theirs.
Yeah, there's a Heat. Yeah, Heat's higher.
Heat, but there was a large chunk of time there where Days of Wonder was not coming out with anything new. They were just sitting on their ticket to the ride money and
Yeah, but there's also like a chunk where they like every
They come
year
out
they were
with a
like
game every
Will
year.
Smith, like banger, 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 or like, oh, you were close to a banger. Like,
Well, do you remember the game that like stopped that because everybody was like, "Oh, what's going to be the release from Ticket to the Ride from Days of Wonder this year?"
Mystery Train.
Well, no, Cargo Noir.
Oh,
Remember
Cargo
that
Noir,
came out and
right.
it just laid a giant fart in
What's
the middle of
Yeah,
church.
there was a game though, Matthew Dunstan game in between there that was really good. I
is
really and it did not get any notice really.
was that gem running game any good? The one where you have to run through the woods?
Yes, that's what it is. Gem Runner. Is it Gem Runner? What is
I
it?
have
That
it
game
over
wasn't
there.
good.
Oh, was it?
No.
Oh, shoot.
You know
got
what
we have
game?
we differ in opinion.
Mystery of the Abbey was a good game.
I enjoyed that one.
Yeah. Again, probably a little bit too fiddly and weird though.
Was it?
What'd you call it?
It was like Yamatai.
Was the game that was surprisingly not as popular as you thought, the Orient Express one.
Mm. I remember that game.
Mystery Express.
Mystery Express, yeah.
Yeah.
I never played it.
All right.
I actually bought it twice from somebody.
Another Clank
Same
game.
guy?
I basically, yeah, my friend Brad, unfortunately.
You
Rest in
bought
peace.
it from him twice.
Yeah, because I bought it from him at BGGCon flea market, and then basically he came to me and said, "You never paid me for that," and I said, "Thought I paid. I'm pretty sure I paid you." And I paid him again just because I felt bad. Like,
Oh, I
I'd be
thought
like,
you bought
"Oh,
it.
I bought it from him twice because I think I paid him twice. You know, like I paid him twice." But I'm like, "I'm pretty sure I paid you," and he's like, "No, you didn't." I'm like, "I paid him. Then here you go. Here's another $50 or whatever." Anyway, whatever. And I never did play it.
Another Clank game. Whatever.
Man, there's a lot of
It's a
them.
good game, man.
Yeah. Eclipse, the version I
if
owned.
Dune is good, then Clank is good.
No, it's not
Like
the same.
Dick Duck
It's
Building.
not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Eclipse, the other
Eclipse
version.
Yeah, sure.
The version I
Analyst.
played, which I enjoyed.
Relic Runners, by the way. Matthew Dunstan.
That's the name.
I thought it was good. Anyway, I'm
Looks
in the
good.
minority, I'm sure.
All right. Fields of Arl. Only played it once. Before I remember, I enjoyed it. But
Yeah, it's okay. It's a bit much though. It's only 2-player.
yeah, that's why that's why I got rid of it, because I was just like, when am I gonna play this? Man, Aeon's End. I could not get into that.
Oh,
to save
I
my
love
life.
Dan's End.
Yeah,
Like, I loved how weird it felt, how it did everything different, and how everything different just seemed to work together so well.
It's a little ranked higher than I thought it would be.
It had a boatload of expansions. It had the legacy one. They rode that one for a while.
Oh, here's something that's completely overrated. Snores of Water Sleep, everybody.
Fantastic, underrated, excellent. Expansions,
If-
fantastic.
I think Lords of
Yeah.
Waterdeep is exactly where it should be.
Snores of Water Sleep, no. It needs to be lower. You know why? Because you need the expansion to make it fun. And a game that comes
Disagreed.
out that needs the expansion. Yeah.
Hard disagree. I think
How?
it's makes
It was
better.
it was the most boring, straightforward worker placement game I have ever played in my life, where the theme meant absolutely nothing. We played it for the first time ever, and like, you get the little adventures or whatever, and then as soon as you get 4 wizards and 2 clerics and a thief, you can cash it in, which is basically, as soon as you get the right color cubes, you can collect the points or whatever. My friend Craig put it perfectly. He's like, "Oh no," because the game ended, and he's like, "But I'll never find out the secret of the genie's tomb now," as he's pointing to his card. And I was
That's
like,
pretty good.
I think it set a bar.
I think so.
Like
I agree.
like this is what a worker placement could be, and I don't know. I think
Yeah,
it's
like borrowing each other's buildings and stuff.
Yeah, I thought it
Yeah,
did.
owning buildings like that was so
I remember
cool.
when it came out. I played it with Seth Jaffe like 5 times because me and him were
"I'm
like
sorry."
at KublaCon. We just played it over and over. I'm like, I'm gonna play this game as many times as I can.
Well,
The
and
app's
then
also fantastic.
basically, and if the person got the one card that allowed them to use the
guess if you
same
look at
place
that
as
game-
somebody, I'm not talking, I guess.
You're talking a lot. You talk a lot. I have to say something.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'll.
You were
How
talking.
about I go first?
I know.
I have nothing to say.
There's the one like there's the one quest that if you get it early in the game, that allows you to place a worker at the exact same spot as somebody else. That
Yeah.
person wins. That
The
person wins.
purple one, that was really good. They don't win.
They just
They
win.
don't win. Get
They
out of
win.
here. Get out of here. There's plenty of great cards and great combos. That's such a great game.
You
Like,
were
how many
saying,
people
Aldi?
have brought into that? I bet that has brought so many people into the hobby too.
D&D
Role
theme brought
players.
a lot of people in.
Yeah, that's brought in so many people.
What were you gonna say, Scott
I've
Alden?
forgotten.
Oh,
Doesn't matter.
don't make me feel bad.
Okay, I forgot. I really forgot.
Oh,
I'm moving on.
you're moving on.
I forgot.
I believe you. Well, I'm sorry I made you forget your comment.
Okay.
Never played Darwin's Journey.
I played it on PGA. It's pretty good.
Is
It's,
it the 90?
It's got a lot of moving parts.
Is it
I
the
did
90?
not enjoy my first play of it. at all.
Is it better than 10,000 board games? Whatever.
Ooh, I don't
Be
know.
at 91.
Probably not.
It's definitely not top 100.
It seems surprisingly high.
Oh wait, there's one that's even more surprisingly high coming.
What would that be?
Revive?
Mm,
I've never played Revive, so. Or are you
I've,
talking about?
I've heard good things. I've never played it though, but
I've
Well,
not played Revive either.
I really like the burgers for number 93.
I want to play White Castle. I've got a copy here. Dice worker placement, right?
It didn't hit for me, but a lot of people love it.
Didn't hit.
Yeah.
Man, the top bottom of the top 100 is actually like a ton of new games. Somebody fix that algorithm.
Hmm.
I like Harmonies, but I think you play that about 10 times and you're done with it.
yeah, that is not a top 100 game.
Yeah, it doesn't have that much long lasting for me. It's out of my mind. I don't need to play it again. But it's good.
Yeah, it was fun.
I wonder why it.
was
Yeah,
cool.
it's some really high numbers here on the. I mean, we skipped over El Grande. But it is the best.
Well, El Grande needs
do
to be
love
way higher.
Yeah,
than
that is be way
94.
higher. And I guess
do
because
love
it's
those
just
higher.
not been available for many years, like
Yeah.
it's probably dropped.
I mean, you got your big giant penis thing that moves around and just. I mean, I remember going when you went to.
You should put some context on that.
There's the old days. There was it was
Oh, the Grande.
there was this that moved around the board and everybody it was very phallically looking. But no, El Grande. I mean, it's weird that a designer comes out with a game in 95 and it's the best game they'll ever make.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I think the even better version of the game is hardly known. The deck building part one, where you build a deck instead of playing the basic cards. Like no one knows about that. I mean, not say no one, but
I think one of the biggest problems with El Grande is the box. It became that box that was just so big.
Yeah,
people got rid of it just because the box was so big.
Well, do you remember El Grande came out and then that sequel came out that had nothing to do with El Grande?
Yes.
What was it? I forget the name of it.
Like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You're like, oh my god, this is nothing like El Grande, and it's awful.
Yeah,
we're like, oh, we've been let down. What was that game?
But it's also it's area control, and it is literally the best area control game ever.
Yeah.
Like, what's a better area control game than that?
I played a lot of El Grande back in the day.
Yeah, and I remember when you went to a convention in the late 2000s, early 2010s, like you would go into like the board game area, there would be at least 2 or 3 tables of people playing El Grande. It was constantly being played.
El Caballero. Because it was in the world of El Grande, but
yes,
it was totally not El Grande. Oh my god. That game was not good. I mean, it was a brain burner.
Anyway. Yes. Teotihuacan.
Really like that one.
Yeah, it's good.
Wait, is that the Rondell one? Zolkin. I'm taking Zolkin. Never mind. No.
It is a Rondell, but
Teotihuacan.
That's
where you're upgrading your dice. You're upgrading it's a dice worker placement.
And you build the pyramid.
That sounds great.
It's
really
good.
really like that one.
It should be higher, probably.
I would put that.
There's
higher.
a few games here that are like too high, and that I would swap it with Teotihuacan.
Yeah, I'd put that around. Actually, for me, it's a top 20.
Beyond the Sun, one of the best games to come out in like
really
the last 10 years.
It's really good.
That's in my top 20.
It's very good. I wish it looked better.
Yeah.
I wish it looked better.
Yes. Definitely.
The graphic design of it is just really boring.
No, it looks really.
It's like a spreadsheet.
Yes. But it's a great game.
It's so good.
Yeah.
And if you haven't played it, you should go out and play it.
Yeah.
It's just and that's like the designer's only game, isn't it?
I don't think so. I think he's coming out with another one.
What is it called? Beyond the Sun.
Beyond the Sun. You never played Beyond the Sun?
I have, but I just It's late. I'm running out of
Yeah,
gas.
Then we got the first version of Through the Ages, which I already learned, but the just don't bother with that one. Get the other one.
Dennis K. Chan.
Nope, it's his only game.
Yeah,
thought he had another
and then
one
Beyond the
coming out.
Horizon.
The other one
which
is Beyond the Horizons, which
which
is
is a re-implementation of it.
yes.
Oh, okay.
So
More down to earth.
is Wingspan Asia like its own thing?
Yeah, it is.
I thought it was an
Standalone.
expansion.
No, it's its own game. It's like a whole nother copy of the game.
Well, good for them. I guess just keep hitting the bell button to get the money.
Well, I don't know. Your description is this third expansion to Wingspan.
But I think it's a standalone.
Ugh, the worst
Um,
expansions known to man.
Oh, you know what? It's only 2-player. It's a 2-player version.
Oh,
A
Or
standalone
duel.
game.
And then you can
Expansion
add
has
it in
several
and
different
make
things,
it
a
like
standalone game for 1 to 2 players, and the duet mode, a card expansion to the original Wingspan, and a
Yeah.
6 to 7 player expansion.
right. You can add in extra players.
So it's a 6 or 7 player expansion that also lets you play it as a 2-player game.
Yeah.
So it's not really a game. That's an expansion.
ha.
But it's okay.
Scout, the new 99. Congratulations.
Yes.
Hey,
Coach,
that's pretty good. I like
Yeah,
Scout.
you were just talking to me about Scout the other day, or was it earlier
Did I?
today?
With me. Was it me?
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
were talking about Scout to me for some
That
reason.
means
I
the
don't know.
Ticket to Ride Legacy is making it into the top 100.
It's the next. It's 101, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna make it. I need to play it.
I want to play that one.
Curious to play it.
Like that's one I really would love to try up.
Wow, we did it.
Yeah, that's top 100. We'll have to. Good idea, Scout.
And it's more conversation I thought than I thought it would.
Yeah.
I mean, it's surprising like how many of them I played and how many of them I
Yeah.
owned at one time or another, and no longer do.
Previously. How many do you own?
Oh, like
One.
what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's not horrible. I'll probably have less, after
What would you get rid of?
I mean most of them. I mean, there's really no reason to hold
Not
on to
gonna
them.
play him again?
Well, I mean, I'd keep Beyond the Sun. I'll keep Kingdom Death Monster. I'll get rid of the crew because I haven't played it in forever, and I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
it's a
play it
tiny
anytime
box.
soon.
Who cares about that?
Yeah.
Great game, though.
Zolkin. Would you keep Zolkin?
Hell yeah.
I
Hell
mean,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'll just get rid
No.
of it. I mean,
Yeah, you
no,
probably won't.
I'll keep my
Oh.
Blood Rage. I'll keep my Cthulhu. I'll keep my Caverna.
Puerto
But
Rico?
this is that Puerto Rico. That's that 10th anniversary edition or whatever they did.
Oh,
or
with the
20
gold coins.
with the gold coins
Metal
that
coins.
they'll never remake.
Did
so
you
I'll
buy
keep
that from me at Essen a year? Did I bring
No,
you that?
I ordered it. I ordered
We-
it through their website or whatever to buy it special or whatever.
I owned 27 and previously owned 8.
I'll keep Pax Premier. I'll keep Food Chain. I should get rid of Food Chain because everybody I know owns it, so there's no reason for me to hold on to it. I have to keep my Deluxe Orleans. I should probably get rid of Root because I'm not going to play it anytime soon. I'll keep my copies of Brass, and I'll keep my
You're
3D.
going to play Root on the roof?
I'll keep Rebellion because it'll never come out again. I should probably get rid of Imperium as well. So, yeah, there you go. I mean, I'll get rid of most of my stuff. I mean, it's just because there's no reason to hold on to it. I can never get them played anyway. So, anyway, that's top 100. What we think, like, what do we know?
It's the top 92 because of all
So,
the reiterations.
I'd
of the
be
same
interested to
theme.
hear solutions about the fixing the top 100 to get rid
Well,
of
we
it.
gave you a solution. You just don't want to hear about it.
Get rid of the old
That's not-
version.
That's not a solution.
Yeah, it is.
That's not viable.
I mean,
Delist it. Treat it like an expansion for the original version. Just boom.
I
gone.
mean, just make it unavailable to be rated, right? I mean, just
Yeah,
allow it to
that's-
exist, but just have it not be
Be
part of the
ranked.
rating system.
Yeah, like expansions. That's how
Unrankable.
expansions work. They're not. They
I don't
can
know,
be
it just
rated, but
seems
they're
weird.
not in there.
To take it out. I don't know. I guess that's the only real way to do it.
I mean, you don't see Twilight Imperium 3rd edition in here, right?
You don't see second edition even. Wait, it's probably in there still somewhere, isn't it?
Ranked. They're still ranked.
Yeah, it's in there.
Yeah.
Now that brings up a good question. Those are different games. Like those, like second edition versus fourth edition. Those are just entirely different beasts. I don't know. Yeah, it is. It's a weird. question.
You know what's that like? Barreling forward to hit the top 100 games very soon. SETI. It's got 5,700 rankings and it's 8.4.
Well, yeah.
That'll bash its way into the top 100 very soon. So
Yeah.
I am
I wish it had the scanning was more powerful, but I'm sure they'll give an expansion that'll kind of fix that.
Yeah.
Adjust it. It's a good game though. I like all the technologies. It's fun.
I have after hours dish to give out. So if
Oh,
anybody's
good.
gonna-
Let's get there because I gotta get up in the morning.
Yeah.
It's
already
almost 3
2.
o'clock here.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
You've all been awesome. Get some sleep. Be good to one another. Go back, Champions of Midgard 10th anniversary.
You only got
And-
2 weeks left, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks left. So one print run done.